All right, we should be good now. YouTube should be able to see. So this is Danny. We've got Danny here, and Danny said that he's got an interesting take on the topic. So let's do it. What you got?
Yeah, man. So, I actually surprisingly completely agree with you that
Okay.
Jesus and Paul were not historical figures, but I have a interpretation that I have found through my own study and research that I'm not sure have people have spoken to you about. I do watch your content and I love it because a lot of people don't even get the right answer when it comes to Jesus never existed. Some people think he did, but they don't think he's God. I don't think he was a figure at all.
Okay.
But my interpretation is that Jesus is an allegorical story connected to the 12 sun signs. So
Sun signs, you
Jesus,
mean star signs?
yeah, yes, or the sun houses, zodiacs as well. And
So
I
this is
think the
actually a very common one.
uh-huh, uh-huh. And
This is a
I
common take.
think
So it's connected to like zeitgeisty kind of stuff, and like you might be able to find some things that connect sort of kind of with it, but that's not because there's any evidence of them like actively putting that stuff in there, or like Jesus is supposed to be the son, but more that this is going to be found in things that have influenced things that have influenced things that finally influence the Bible. That's just kind of how that works. Like if I wrote a story about somebody who survived on a boat for a long time or something, I might draw some of my story from, say, the Noah's Ark or something. Like if it rained a lot or something. Like if I made a story about somebody, fuck it, Evan Almighty. Evan Almighty is a movie that is based off of Noah's Ark, which is influenced by the Epic of Gilgamesh. But they're not trying to make Evan Upishtim. That's not what they're trying to do.
yeah.
It's influenced by something that's influenced, and so you can see pieces of the Epic of Gilgamesh in the movie Evan Almighty, but that's not what the intention was, if that makes sense. Like you can see the things that influence the influences.
Got it, got it. So yes, so I think that the clearest representation between Jesus and the 12 signs would probably be just looking at ancient scrolls when it comes to the zodiacs. I mean, I don't know if you'd be cool with me showing you pictures that I have here, or I can just describe
Well,
them
I
to you.
mean, I
I'm gonna
know
describe
of
them.
the take. I mean, everybody in the live that's watching, generally speaking, most people
Mhm,
know of this take. We've heard it before. It-
mhm.
I don't doubt that there are things that are in the text that you can see or like connections with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that was the intention of the author. It's just that it influences the things that they are pulling from. If they are pulling from things that came prior to them, like
Okay.
Roman mythology, Greek mythology, Babylonian stuff, Zoroastrianism, Mithra, all these different things, Egyptian stuff. Those things are going to be even closer to things based on the sun and things based on the zodiac and that kind of thing. That's just how that works. So that the it's not that Jesus is supposed to be the sun. It's that Jesus is a syncretic character that pulls from a lot of influences that were closer to the worship of the sun. That's
Okay.
how that
Have you
works.
ever heard the one? Okay, so since you say you've heard about it, have you ever heard the one of the Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci?
What do you mean?
The one basically talking about the painting that Leonardo does with the Last Supper.
Oh, I mean,
Not yet.
uh, what you got?
Okay, so in the painting of the Last Supper,
Mm-hmm.
Leonardo paints Jesus in the middle, obviously, and
Right.
the apostles have the most interesting detail in the painting. The apostles are in groups of three. They're all in groups of three, if you realize, which
Okay.
is very odd because you're in a big group table, 12 people usually like sitting next to each other. I don't know, but it looks like they're
Normally,
divided.
at a table that had 13 people at it, you'd be sitting on opposite sides of each other.
Yeah, but like,
So, I
but
mean,
look,
you can't
they
really
were all
say that this
sitting.
is supposed to be based off of normal at all.
I mean, the thing is that like if you look at the picture, it looks like they're sitting next to each other. It looks like it's a big table and they're all sitting next to each other,
Yeah.
right? Like in a
Have you never
seat,
seen the
but
Mel
they're
Brooks movie,
standing.
The History of the World, where Jesus goes into the Lord's Supper or whatever and says, I need a table or we need a table
Y'all
for
just rambling
26
on.
people.
Jesus is God, bro. Y'all just rambling on. Jesus is real
All
as
right, bro.
fuck.
Look, just
Oh,
if you could
yeah,
just
well,
let me explain
then
this.
just kind of say it's not
Jesus is
real.
real.
All right, listen, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, bro.
Jesus
But
is
I'm
anyways,
real. Y'all
explaining.
hold,
rambling on.
yeah, hold
Jesus is
on,
real.
Floda, just shut up, dude.
Jesus is
I want to talk to you, but you're gonna have to
y'all
be
rambling
quiet.
on. Jesus is real.
Sweet. Okay. So, anyways, Danny, there's a scene where basically they ask for a table for 26 people because they're only going to be sitting on one side of it. Like it, it's already so absurd that it doesn't make any sense. It defies logic to begin with. So,
Okay.
I mean, if you're
Okay. So
finding things within this absurd picture, it's like, okay, yeah, it's
okay. So I think this was not like you see what you're saying is this might have taken influence, but you don't think it's directly correlated. Okay. So what
yeah,
I
it's
would
taking
think.
influence from things that are closer to your direct correlation. So if like a sun god is said to do X, Y, and Z, and then later on someone says, "Oh, let's have Jesus do Z," then you can say, "Oh my God, he's doing the things that the sun would do," and it's like, no, that's because they're taking from a story of something that was a sun god. Like
Okay.
it's not making Jesus the sun. It's taking things that are closer to like the astrology kind of shit. Um,
Okay. So I
it,
guess I'm gonna just I,
yeah.
I I guess I'm gonna just try to explain why I like
But
talking about what I'm
and
talking
wouldn't it
about.
be easier to
So
paint like the Last Supper if you
uh,
put them in groups of three? I mean,
mm,
there's 12 disciples.
okay, but okay, so
There's so
this is the first
you
group.
can do things where there's four groups of three, and they're interacting with each other. If you don't do that, then you've got people leaning over each other, and you've got to somehow make it to where uh, things that you
Okay,
want to highlight would have to be
okay,
overshadowed by other things. But if you put it into smaller groups, people can
okay,
focus better on those things you want to highlight. Not
okay.
to mention,
So
very few of the disciples are even like they even have speaking parts, so it wouldn't really make sense to lump them all together. Very clearly, you'd want to have a section that had Judas. You want to have a section that has Peter. You'd want to have a section that has John, that kind of thing. And you can highlight these things better if you separate them into groups, as opposed to just lumping them all together. And then someone's like, "Oh, hey, is that John or is that fucking Bartholomew?" And it's like, well, no, you can highlight people better in smaller groups. So it's just a
okay,
painting choice, but let me hear what you have to say. What did you have to say? And
okay,
I'll pull it up. I'll pull up
okay.
the
Look,
fucking
I
painting
think
here.
this. I think the Last Supper is this. If you can you let me show you real quick what I think it
Well,
is?
give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling up the image.
Okay.
Okay. So
I think
we're gonna
that's
pull this up
this.
here. Okay.
That's this.
What?
This in the middle.
Oh,
Jesus
you're
is
pulling up
right
something else
here.
over there.
Yes, yes. This is
Well,
Jesus,
the problem is
especially with the sun halo.
on YouTube people can't see that. So
Okay, so
that's
you
the
can,
issue.
I guess, okay, just search up an ancient zodiac scroll.
Ancient
Ancient
zodiac
Jewish.
scroll. Okay. So,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what it says here.
when does this come from?
Um,
Yeah, so yeah, so
a couple, a couple,
things
a
like
couple
this,
hundred
you
years.
know, where you got almost
No,
like looks
no,
like
no,
a
no, no, no,
clock or something,
no,
something
not
like
that.
that.
I mean, you could put Jewish then. Explaining zodiacs in ancient synagogues. No, put
Ancient
Judaism. Put Jewish.
synagogues. What? Okay,
Yeah, this
yeah,
comes from
yeah,
Judaism.
we're so,
This comes from Judaism. Judaism.
so far into the weeds that it doesn't make any sense at this point.
This comes from
Like,
Judaism. Yeah, Judaism is the pillar of Christianity, so it makes
no,
sense.
it's
It's from
not.
Judaism.
It's
Okay.
not. Like, it's
So,
just
but
not.
search up the
Like,
Jewish
you might
symbol.
have like if I put the word Judaism in here, this is
Yes,
pulling up
right there,
this thing.
right there. Yes.
Okay,
So there's
Jesus Christ.
there's Jesus in the middle, and those are the four groups of
Mm-hmm.
the 12 apostles.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Leonardo da Vinci is painting this with Jesus as the figure in the
It's
middle.
almost like there's
Mhm,
12 disciples
mhm.
and one leader in the story. And in this image, there's one thing in the middle and 12 things around it. And anytime that anybody paints one thing or one leader with 12 followers around them, it's going to sort of kind of correspond to something
Okay.
with one thing in the middle and 12 things around it.
I guess
Like,
I can show you. I guess I can show you even more. So you know when the Jews
I
say
guess
that they're living in the end
you could
times?
literally find a picture of 13 people anywhere and
No,
try to
trust
make
me,
the connection.
dude. You know when the Jews saying they're living in the end time? This hopefully should convince you. So the Jews saying they're living in the end time, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they believe they are. They say like in
Who?
the story, the Jews. The Jews. They say they're living in the end times and they're waiting for
Who
the
says
Messiah.
this?
In the story, they're waiting for the
What
Messiah. The
story?
Messiah comes in the Bible, bro. In the Bible.
Where?
Okay. No, they don't. Okay,
Where?
so I'll pull up the scripture. I'll pull up the scripture. I got it. It should be in the Old Testament.
They say they're living in the end times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they do. That's why they're waiting for the Messiah. But that's why then they
Because of
said
the end times or just to kind of rescue them?
to rescue them. But they believed the prophecy was that the Messiah will come in the end of days, right? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
In book of let's see.
The Revelation's not going to be Jewish.
No. Yeah, I don't know why. It's
Also,
showing
take a
me.
look at this. This is 13 people, and they're eating.
Yeah, yeah. I guess
Actually, it's
you're
11
not
people.
seeing the.
I'm trying to find
I guess
13
you're not.
people.
Yeah. So I guess you think Leonardo da Vinci wasn't referring to that to the 12 signs, but look, this is the best thing I can tell you. The Jews did in fact believe they were living in the end times
Look, you
during.
can find all kinds of. I don't know. Is there 13 people here? I don't know. But you can find things with 13 people in, and you can be like, oh, hey, that's the fucking signs of the zodiac with somebody in the middle. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. If there is anybody who has ever personified the sun more than whoever the fuck that guy is,
Yeah. So
that guy
have you ever
is
seen?
definitely
Have you
the
ever
center of
seen?
the solar system.
Have you ever seen the Protestant symbol of the fish on the back of people's cars?
All right, man. Dude.
It's connected. It's dude. You're just not trying to listen, bro. You like I've been trying to explain this, and then you just keep like deflect, like trying to rebuttal.
Dismissing it, yeah,
Yeah,
because
before I get.
it's not something that actually you don't have any evidence that the people who were writing this meant to put Jesus as the son. Otherwise, they would have him doing a lot more things that would be more specific to the sun and not like, I don't know, making money come out of fish's mouth.
Okay, so if you
Does the
look at
sun also multiply food?
no, but those are just fictitious stories
The
that were
whole
real.
thing is a fictitious story, you dumb
Yeah, of
fuck.
course. But okay,
Like,
but this is what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. You think the Jesus story is just a made up story
yeah,
without
dude, that's
any meaning?
what you're
No, no,
saying
no,
as
no, no, no,
well.
no, no, no. It has meaning. It has meaning. It was
Okay.
based on other things. It has a deep meaning. It's an allegory, is what it is. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's an allegory that you have to figure
It's an
out. And what I'm,
allegory that you have put onto it post hoc. That's
no.
how that works.
Look, this is that's the fish symbol. I'll literally just show it for 2 seconds. That's the fish symbol in Christianity.
Okay.
Protestants love to use it. That's
Okay.
referring to the sign of Pisces that comes after the Jews ended the sign of Aries, because the Jews say they're living
No.
in the end times, they're waiting for the Messiah. Yes,
No, they don't. When do they
Aries,
say
the,
that? When do they
the
say they're
age
in
of
the end
Aries
times?
ends.
When do they say
First of all,
that?
it,
When do
it's in
they
the, I have to
when
find you
do
the
they
scripture.
say that?
I'm gonna find you the scripture.
Okay, then find it.
Yeah.
You got 20 seconds. If you don't find it, you're gone. All right, what'd you find? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Gone. All right. Jesus Christ. Fucking ridiculous. All right. What do you got? Demetrios, Maniatis?
Oh, God damn it. Did I accidentally come up again? I'm so sorry, Jaren.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I'm so sorry,
No,
Jaren.
no worries. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Let's see. By the way, if you're on YouTube, you're watching, you can come up as well. There's a link in the chat. You can click that. I take guests on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up on TikTok, don't worry. Send a super chat. I'll read it and respond. Let's see. But there is a $5 super chat from Async Network who said, "Hey, Jaren, is it cool if we react to your streams on my own channel? If so, you want me to stick to older streams? Let me know. Thanks." You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Because of the fact that things are listed or published on in long form there on YouTube, I'm not afraid of being taken out of context because I can show the fucking context. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. But yeah, you can react to whatever you want. If you try to splice something up and split it and edit it to make it look like I'm saying something absolutely ridiculous, good luck. Because again, we've got the long form videos completely unedited that we'll post as soon as the YouTube stream is over. I'm not accusing you of doing that or thinking that you do that, but I'm saying like I'm not afraid at all of somebody taking the stuff and making it sound like I talk about buttholes all day, because I do. That's funny. Anyways, all right. Let me see here. Christianity Godless. Yes. It's like Girls Gone Godless. And by the way, I personally, I haven't talked to Matthew about this, Christina, but I personally would be fine with the like weird question kind of thing. I'd be fine with that stream. Okay, what is going on? Vibers.
Fibers Works. How's it going, man?
It's going.
It's good to hear. Is anybody picking on you for your cowboy hat today yet, or no?
No. Why would people pick on me for my cowboy hat?
I just remember you mentioning that like last stream I listened to.
Well, sometimes they might say something like, "Ow, meow, is this the guy from Brokeback Mountain?" No, the guy from Brokeback Mountain went on to play a role that you revere, you dumb shit. It's the Joker, and you've been quoting him for like years, and then he passed away. So
That's
making fun
my
of
old
him.
profile picture.
Anyways.
All right. So I want to talk to you about Mark. Your dating of Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You dated later, correct? Like in 280, like around that century?
145.
145. Okay. So after the last time we talked, I started doing like a little bit of cursory research into the dating of Mark. And what would be your argument for dating it later than Polycarp's mentioning of it? Or not Polycarp, Papirius?
Papias?
Papias, there you go.
When do you date
He's early.
Papias?
Around 112, I think.
Why?
Because that's like when we have the church records of him.
The church records of him?
Yeah, so like the
first time
apostolic
he's
succession
mentioned
of
by
him.
anybody is in 180.
Well, 180 is whenever he's quoted.
You think
by
someone mentions
Irenaeus.
Papias prior to Irenaeus?
Yeah.
Who?
Isn't there's records of him in the church and
Records of
Asia
him
Minor,
in the church?
right?
What are you talking about?
Let me get this up here. Don't hit me with a damn waiting noise here from Jeopardy.
The first recorded mention of the ancient Christian writer Papias of Hierapolis occurs in the writings of the church father Irenaeus of Lyons, writing around AD 180.
Yeah, that's the first quotation of
We don't
him, or
have
at
any
least of his
church
work.
records from 112.
Well, we have like records from the church, right? We have who succeeded
Not
him
then.
as
Oh,
a
you're talking about
priest.
someone later on trying to claim or something?
Well, like the claims of apostolic succession. So like he would come in, be the pope, or be the priest, or be the bishop. Then we would have a successor of him, and through that like lineage, we would have him dated between his life and death, 70 and 130.
I don't see any evidence of him writing that early, or him maybe living that early. Considering the
Him
fact that he's
living
not
that
even,
early.
yeah, nope. In fact, the earliest
Okay.
claim of when he died is 164, and that claim is generally thought to be like something that is erroneous because it calls him Papylus, but it says that Papylus and Carpus died at the same time or around the same year, about 164, 167, somewhere in there. And I mean, that's that's Polycarp and Papias, but I mean, people basically they try to say that he lived earlier than that to try to because they have a theological reason to shove him earlier, and they just deny that particular claim.
Where's the Papilius or Papilus last?
So,
Where's that claim coming from?
yeah, so that claim is coming from, let's see, the Papylus claim. That is, give me 1 second here. They claim that he, so Carpus, Papylus, and Agathodorus were claimed to be beheaded in Sardis. And this is a claim that comes from, let's see,
Sorry, I'm not trying to do
the
like a
3rd
gotcha or
century,
anything.
I
I'm just
believe. No, well, I mean, I understand actual scholars talk about it, but I'm trying to find who said it.
okay.
Who said that? It's in the 3rd century.
I
Okay,
have a
no,
question
there's
about
a
an
text. The
opinion of
text
yours.
comes from the Chronicon Paschale, which is
Mhm.
something from the 7th century. It's a 7th century Greek Christian chronicle of the world, and it names. Let's see. The confusion over their death stems from a 7th century historical text known as Chronicon Paschale. This text places an execution of Papias in Pergamum around 163. However, historians believe the chronicler made an error and accidentally wrote Papias instead of Papylus. That's the thing. They're trying to say that there's someone else named Papylus, and the Chronicon Paschale says that Papias died in 163. And so they're basically like, no, that can't be right. Because they want him earlier. There's no evidence of him earlier. Literally, the first mention of him is from 180.
Correct.
But whenever
Right.
we have something in the 7th century that says Papias died in 163, scholars just look at that and go, no. Like, there's no evidence of him prior. They just go, no.
Well,
I'm
some
not,
scholars. The erroneous dating is coming from a minority of scholars, which
the
I
erroneous
have a
dating? What do you
question
mean?
on
No.
the
The earliest, so a text from the 7th century says that he died in 163, and scholars look at that and
right,
say, no, we don't agree with that because we think that that's a misspelling or the writer's
right,
just mistaken
because those scholars date him earlier to
because those
130.
scholars date him earlier without any mention of him earlier.
Well, like I said, we have church records
We don't
of
have
the
church records prior
succession.
to 180 that mention Papias.
Okay,
We
so
don't. I don't know
this
what you're talking about.
this is quoted by Yale. These are quoted by New
Well,
Testament scholars.
okay, then what are you referring to? What text do we have that mentions? Because you had me pull up the text that mentions him dying in 163.
Okay.
What text do you have to present that says that he dies earlier than that?
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll try to pull something up here. But really fast, I have a question about your opinion on New Testament scholarship. Would you say that like you think that New Testament scholars have a incentive to misrepresent history in order to prove a historical
I don't say
Jesus?
that.
So like,
Dan McClellan says it. He says that
okay.
scholars will sign a document that states that they will not go against the religious institution that is paying them.
Mhm.
He said that on
Well,
a video here like 2 weeks ago.
so but like
And I agree because
educational
that's true.
institutions,
Okay.
educational institutions. So like
You mean the things
if
where
you
Christians are paying money to take classes?
right,
And if they got upset with somebody
correct.
or the department, then they would stop doing so?
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's just my question. So like or that was my question. So you would think that there is an incentive from these institutions to misrepresent historical records
Let
and
me put
stuff
it to
like
you
that.
this way. Public universities change their staff, their courses, and their like approach, their mentality in altogether because of pressure from Trump.
Hmm.
If there is an entire religion that is saying, do not fuck with the historicity of Jesus, what do you
Hmm.
think they're going to do?
Yeah, I think that that is like a fair assessment. Um, and then I mentioned him the other time. Do you have any opinion on Bart Ehrman
Oh,
since
I
he
thought you
is
were
an
like Trump.
atheist in the New
Yeah, it kind of
Testament?
fucking sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no. On like Ehrman himself, because he is an atheist operating in the New Testament scholarship, which is, like you said, it's strange and I would assume shields him from some pressures, but there still can be institutional pressures, like you said.
I actually found out earlier today that he retired back in December. I didn't know that. He
Yeah.
retired about
Yep.
half a year ago. Okay, so the point is, I view him as the Christian's token atheist friend. He is somebody
Hmm.
who um, has received a lot of praise and received a lot of praise, but also a lot of fame and fortune. Honestly, well, yeah, he's not like super rich or something like that, but his popularity definitely went up because of how Christians view him as somebody who is kind of bridging that gap and is saying, "Hey, Jesus does exist, but also I'm an atheist." That kind of thing. Look, if you are if you are an atheist and Christians quote you, something's wrong.
Yeah. Well, I would say like my question there would be how do we then have like a historical dialogue? Like how would you even have the dialogue between Christians who would be interested in the historicity of Jesus and then atheists who would be, I would think, more likely to apply the historic method to somebody like Jesus? Like if we
What
can't
historic
quote
method do you think that
Ehrman,
Bart Ehrman is applying towards Jesus?
just like analysis of text, dating with other early historic
Yeah,
Christian
his
scholars and
dating is
things like
based
that.
off of the church tradition. That's the problem.
What do you mean by that?
So, like, for instance, when he talks about the New Testament, he says that it's in the first
Mhm.
century. We don't have any fucking
Yeah,
evidence of the New Testament in the first century. The only thing we have to go off of is church tradition. Literally, no one mentions
right.
any of these things in the first century. He is going entirely off of church tradition. When he says that, oh, James, the brother of Jesus, was met by Peter, or not Peter, met by Paul, and Paul writes about it in the Pauline epistles, we don't even have any evidence that Paul existed. He has to take the entirety of Paul's life on
Mhm.
faith. Realistically, like, he has to
Well,
just
I mean,
take the
yeah.
church's word for it when they say Paul's a real guy. Paul wrote that verse. Paul wrote that verse in the first century. He has to take the
This,
church's
this
word on it. Like he's an atheist, but he's literally looking at what the church says fucking 80 to 90 years later after, well, he doesn't know, I guess. He assumes that everything's written in the first century because, again, the church told him.
Well, some he assumes.
Well, no, he assumes that the New Testament, with maybe the exception of maybe, like, I don't know, maybe the pastorals, Second Peter, or maybe John, is
some
all
of the
written in
later
the first
letters.
century. But he believes that Acts
Yeah.
is written in the first century, and he believes that the Pauline epistles are written in the first century. And he's like, oh, well, the Pauline epistles are written in the first century. Why? Because Acts. And Acts is written in the first century. Why? Because the church told me to. The church told me it was. And
Really,
I date
really quick
Acts to
before-
this. We confidently, me and my co-author confidently date Acts and Luke to the middle of the second century, which means already it's bad. And the problems that were already around that scholars have pointed out just get worse whenever you move it fucking 80 years later. It's kind of bad. So when you move it to the middle of the second century, then all of a sudden it seems really stupid to assume that because it says Paul is in X city or Y city at this point in time, that he must have wrote that letter at that point in time. Yeah, it just falls all apart. It's sand.
Well, the contextual evidence of like a writing like that, where especially if we believe that it's like born out of an oral tradition and we've lost original
The
manuscripts,
oral
I just
tradition
don't know
of
how else.
of a letter.
Of like something like the Gospels or the Acts of the Apostles.
No,
we can
what we're
assume that
talking
they
about-
didn't write it down like as it was happening, but we can assume that like it was written down based off of oral traditions from early Christians.
Why
I mean,
would
that's
you
not
assume that?
unusual. Because early Christians didn't write that. I mean, if we're presuming that historical Jesus is real, or like from the time,
I don't know why you do that.
it,
That's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, yeah, this makes a lot of sense when you give like the end away. When you assume the ending is true, then yeah, it's almost like it proves itself.
Even if we say that like the historical Jesus wasn't real, we can still assume that there was a church before there was a gospel.
Yes.
Like before there was any type of
Yes.
scripture.
We see
And where
evidence
would
of
the
that,
scripture
yeah.
come from? Oral
The
traditions
minds of the people
being
in the
passed
church?
around.
Yeah. No.
Right.
No.
I mean, even if it's from the
No.
minds of the people in the church, how would they be transmitting that?
Were
Some
there
type of
fans
oral
of
tradition
wizards?
forming. And,
Were there fans of wizards and everything like that, and magic and shit like that, like prior to the 90s?
yeah.
Okay. And then all of a sudden we see
Are
a
you-
story and Harry Potter starts showing up in the 90s, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah. So
that
does
can
that mean
still be
J.K.
part of a
Rowling came up with
tradition,
it?
correct?
Because, you know, it's just
No,
kind of
she would be
based off,
part of an
she's part of
ongoing
a group.
tradition.
Yeah. So
She's
Harry
part
Potter
of an
is part of
ongoing
a group.
tradition.
Harry Potter is from the mind of an author who is part of a group of fans of fantasy. That's how that works.
No.
There's no
Okay.
evidence that Harry Potter was based off of oral tradition within this group prior. That's not how that works. Jesus,
I mean, he would be part
Jesus
of
is a
like,
fictional
folk
character that comes
tradition.
from the minds of someone who is writing the mythology. There is no requirement for Jesus to
Like, you
be
could
part of oral
say-
history. There's no requirement of that.
Sorry, I have to go really fast or in a second, but I really want to say that Harry Potter would be part of a or of a folk tradition, especially in the British Isles, like stemming all the way back from Merlin to where like now that's expressed in Harry Potter. But just
Yeah, it's
going over
almost
to a
like Jesus
historical
is also
example,
influenced off of prior deities and stuff like that. Yeah.
for a historical example, like
Mhm.
African Americans and the slave trade didn't necessarily write down some of their history, but transferred it orally, which was then later written down. Like, we can't necessarily date that back to the exact time the tradition formed, but because we have written evidence, we could formulate some through like historic methods, some type of dating, some general range of it.
Dating, sure, but that doesn't somehow prove that what they were talking about was true.
Right,
Like,
but it gives us some
we
type
can
of
date the
historic.
text of the New Testament to the second century pretty easily using actual real historical methods and literary analysis like stilometry, which is what me and my co-author do, as opposed to just trusting that someone in the next century tells us when it was written and we just go off of what they say.
Well, I mean that the
Like,
historic
when you
method
say we
would be
apply
kind
the
of the
historic
thing.
method, when we say apply what you were calling the historic method to the book of Acts. What is your evidence that it was written prior to the 2nd century?
It would be you would look at the events that are being talked about and then kind of the dating that's given there.
Okay.
So, like, we have the Council of Jerusalem. We know the Council of Jerusalem took place sometime
No, we
before the first
don't.
century.
Acts is the only book
I,
that talks about it.
I mean, why would he be making up the
Why would
Council of
J.K. Rowling
Jerusalem
be
before
making
the
up
second?
Hogwarts?
See, I don't.
See, I
I don't
mean,
really
you're just
agree
kind
with
of
this
you're just
kind
kind of
of.
saying, "Oh,
But
hey, why would
we
they
can
make it
take
up?"
what
I don't know.
you're.
That's called fiction, dude. How are you
We,
not grasping the idea that this could potentially be a fictional story? I
the
don't know what to tell you.
potentiality doesn't
Sweet,
negate
but that doesn't mean we
the
can't.
evidence.
You said we know that the Council of Jerusalem happened in the 1st century. No, and
No,
this is
I said
true.
that was
The
evidence.
fuck we don't. You are using the book that talks about the Council of Jerusalem as proof that the Council of Jerusalem happened. There's only one book that says it.
Okay.
We're trying to date that book, and you're saying, well, because that book says that this happened, we can date it to the 1st century. The fuck are you talking about?
Right, because we can assume that they are talking about relevant events based off of the context of the historical or of the events they're talking about.
That we don't have any evidence for outside of that book.
But on these types of like large claims about not assuming that a
Large claims,
historian
it's
or
only
like
in
a
one book.
source is talking about something. I'm talking about your claims. Whenever we're talking about like these large claims about an event not being historical, especially for classical texts, sometimes we do just have large gaps, which like a lot of like
And you
Alexander's
just filled in the
conquest
God
into
of
the
the
Middle
gaps.
East.
The God of the gaps.
No, well,
What you're
no,
doing
I'm not making
is
a God of the
very
gaps argument. I'm
yes.
saying that we
But
have
it's called acts of the it's acts
far-reaching.
of the gaps here. You're just saying because there's a gap, we can just go ahead and just assume that it's right. Like
No,
you
I
haven't
mean
provided
obviously
any
have some
evidence
level of
other than the text
skepticism.
itself. You're just saying the text says that there was something that happened, and you use the word no, by the way. It mentions the Council of Jerusalem, and we know that happened in the 1st century. No, the fuck we don't, because it's only talked about in that book, which you're trying to date. What?
Okay, well, I like I said, for some early history, especially in the classical period, we just
Mm-hmm.
have large gaps between events and sources, and then we also have uh, singular sources talking about events, like the histories sometimes only mention something there. I, I I just think that this is like something that happens in the classical text a lot. I mean, I
So
brought up like
naturally, the
Socrates
Iliad had
before.
to be
We can
written
presume.
naturally the Iliad had to be written like right after the Trojan War, right?
No, no, no.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
that,
so
that's kind of an
this is
example of
special
my earlier
pleading
point of
because
oral
with
traditions.
Acts of the Apostles talks about something that no other book talks about. So therefore, it must be written around the time of that
No,
thing that it talks about. But
no, we
when
can
other
assume it
things
happened
do that,
after that
that's
thing it talked
absurd.
about. No, I don't think that the Trojan War assumption is absurd.
No,
I
you
think
don't
if you
think that
apply
the
the thing I
assumption
talked about earlier,
you haven't
where
shown
like
me
we're
any
having
evidence
oral
for you
traditions
haven't
being
shown me
written
any
down.
evidence for Acts being written in the 1st century other than trying to say that it mentions something in the 1st century, so therefore it must be in the 1st century.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be honest. I have not researched Acts. When last time we talked, you made me go and look up the gospel stuff, but I have not researched Acts. I know it mentions the Council of Jerusalem in it, and that was gonna be my main point. But
I mean, do we
um,
have any other text that mentions any evidence whatsoever of the Council of Jerusalem?
no, I do think that we have like arguments between early church fathers arguing about the application of law. I also think,
Okay.
and this is just like me speculating, but I think Matthew and Luke are evidence of that because Matthew and Luke don't agree with each other and they seem to kind of take one side or the other on the Council of Jerusalem, with Matthew being very Jewish and following the law and Luke kind of shedding the law and being very like anti-Jewish. But that would be my only kind of addition, and it's still internal to the Bible, so I don't think you would accept that. But uh, that would be all I would be able to say. Um, Sorry, we got far away from this. I just want to mention it because I do have to go. And at this point, I might have to just buy the book. But
Are you
the
aware of how easy it is for me to date Acts to the middle of the 2nd century? How incredibly
oh,
easy it is?
go ahead, just quick. Sorry.
You're aware that Acts is written by the person who wrote the beginning of Luke, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So, Luke, between chapters 4 through 22, we can tell, without a shadow of a doubt, is a different author. We see this at the single chapter level when we split it into single chapters and run in the style of magic analysis. We see it at 2 chapters at a time, 3 chapters at a time, 4 chapters at a time. We see it in the Latin Vulgate, and we even see that split in the English King James Version. Stylometry is able to pick up that that is 2 different authors, even in the English translation of the Bible.
hmm
This split is based off of the content that is found in a gospel known as Evangelion, published in 144 by Marcion.
hmm
Irenaeus himself said that the Marcionites believe that their gospel came out first and then that somebody added to it to make the Gospel of Luke. This is
hmm
something that we can determine incredibly easily by taking a look at the stylometric analysis and even the textual evidence right there in front of us. The Gospel of Luke, roughly about chapter 4, halfway through it, starts
Yeah.
utilizing the gospel known as Evangelion, and it even has some things that are out of place in the Gospel of Luke, but they're in the correct order in Evangelion.
So sorry, I just really fast on that. So Marcion, Luke would have, or whatever Luke was working off of, would have had to predate the Marcion compilation of Gospels.
No.
If we're accepting, well, we're accepting that it was added on later from the past 4 chapters, right? You said that they have a different author past chapter 4,
Yeah,
so it would either
4
have
through
to be
22 is a
during
different
or
author, and
before.
that shows that that author is, and the material in those chapters is the material that Evangelion is. That's what Evangelion
Right.
is, that material. So the
So
Gospel
Evangeline
of Luke takes
adapted an
Evangelion.
earlier work for Luke.
No. No.
Well, then how could they add on to a text that doesn't exist? Which, in theory, the text would be Mark.
Wait. Rephrase what you just said, because maybe you're trying to say what I'm saying, but in a weird way. Explain it.
I'm,
What's the timeline?
so Marcion has pre-existing Christian texts. He takes them, compiles them, removes the Old Testament.
Where are you
Then
getting the
they
idea
have,
that it's pre-existing Christian text?
because we're having Luke's author come in after chapter 4 and add on additional text, right? Am I understanding you correct?
No, you're not.
You're saying after chapter 4,
No,
a
okay.
separate author comes in and finishes the book.
Stop. Okay. All right. Here, this is probably going to be the most beneficial way to take a look at this. All right. Okay. So we're going to take a quick look here. This is a dendrogram of 4 chapters at
I'm
a
gonna
time.
hop off. I'll
Well,
watch
no,
the stream and I can request back.
really easy to understand. All of Acts is written by the person who wrote the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke and the bulk of Luke.
Mhm.
This right here is the material in Evangelion. So Evangelion is written and then someone adds to it to make the Gospel of Luke. There's no insinuation that Marcion had something that was already around prior to him. Marcion comes out with it, and then someone adds to that to make the Gospel of Luke. That makes the Gospel of Luke and the Book of Acts in the middle of the 2nd century. Easy.
Okay, I promise I will call back in. I'll request back in. But I just have to go really fast. I'll be back in like maybe 20 minutes or something. All right, thank you.
All right, and somehow even I got disconnected. I don't know what it was. I think Matthew sent me a. Yeah, it's silly. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it was maybe starting to come around and understand it there, but I'm not even really sure. All right, we do have a super chat there on YouTube. Again, if you want to come up, you over on YouTube, you can. The request button is, or the request link is there in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to, don't worry. Send a super chat. I'll read it and respond. Okay, let's see. Oh my God. All right, already need the fucking markers. All right, Zeno Lapudre, $2. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Queefs before buttholes. Queef before Christ. Feet to feast for life. Oh my God. All right, so that's 2. You even put the word butthole in there, which is terrible. Okay. My God. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 54 uses of the word whatever. Anyways, keep going. 311. $3.11 from Async Network says, no problem. We're just gonna clip you into a thirst trap. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. Hanji does it all the time. All the time. I know that when I said all the time, you guys think that means like he does it a lot. I said all of the time. All right. $10 there from Matthew Mulkeen said, if Marcionites wrote the letters of Paul, why differences in theology? One, in Paul, no demiurge, a separate creator. What do you mean? He's just talking about the Father God. Why wouldn't he need to? Why would he need to? And then I'm not really sure why that would need to. He's just talking about like how to apply like Christianity and everything like that to the church. Yeah, not to mention, there's a text called Antitheses, which also comes out from Marcion and is part of like the Marcionite like Bible, if you will. So it's Evangelon, Apostolicon, which would be these letters of Paul, and then finally Antitheses. And you can actually check this out from M. David Litva. He has a book called the Marcionite Bible, which includes all 3 of those collections, or all 3 of those different groups. And Antitheses actually goes into further detail on these particular, like that theology and stuff like that. So I guess Paul just didn't need to really dive into terribly much on Yahweh. Not really, because Antitheses, that was the point of it, I guess. There's other documents, is what I'm saying. So it didn't really have to go into the demiurge. Number 2, respect for the OT versus OT rejection. No, so if you're taking a look at Paul, like the Pauline epistles that we have today, the canonical versions, these versions are absolutely edited. The versions that we have from Marcion, you can actually, again, take a quick look at M. David Litva's work and Jason Badoon's work on this, Matthias Klinghart's work on this. Whenever we do reconstructions of what Marcionite versions of Paul had, they are very stripped down, if you will. Like there's not as much to them. They're very basic. They're much smaller, and they don't include that like glazing of Old Testament theology, that kind of thing. It definitely, that is something that comes later when the proto-Catholic group decides, that sect of Christianity decides to make Jesus specifically the Christ and tie him in with Yahweh, closely related to Yahweh, as opposed to just someone who shows up later and takes us away from Yahweh. Let's see. 3, Jesus born of a woman versus spirit from heaven. Yeah, again, these are things that are added in later. In no way, shape, or form does the Marcionite version of Paul say anything about born of a woman. So yes, when I say that the Marcionites wrote the letters of Paul, what I mean by that is they wrote the letters of Paul in their earliest form. Then we have things that are edited into there. Tertullian himself says he has his own edits of Paul's letters. So I'm not just making this up. You can go and take a look at the reconstructions from all these different scholars who have done reconstructions of the Marcionite letters of Paul. They do not include some of the stuff here that you're mentioning that is actually part of the canonical version and added in later. But I mean, I see your point. You're saying, hey, how does Paul make any sense to be Marcionite if he's got these anti-Marcionite views, and that's because anti-Marcionites added some shit into it. So hopefully that it explains it. But what I would highly recommend is checking out the book from M. David Letveld and the Marcionite Bible, or check out Jason Badoon's book, The First New Testament. Check that out and familiarize yourself with the material that would have been in Marcion, and that'll help explain a lot of why you're seeing these issues. And then I'm not really sure what is that, rubles? Maybe? I'm not really sure. And then I'm not really sure what that is. It says R dollar sign. I don't know what that means. Ruble, dollar, rand? Is it the rand? Is that what that is? The rand? I don't know. 10, whatever it is, 10 of it and 90 cents. We have to assume we make an ass out of you and me. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. That is very, very true. Some people absolutely do quite a bit of assumptions on Jesus and stuff like that, and start from there. $1 there from Howard Simpson. Thank you very, very much. And then $2 from Captain Odd Vias. Your opinion on my academic article in Discord. Can you DM that to me? I don't, because I don't want you to dox yourself or anything like that, but I don't know who you are. Because I think that you have a different name on YouTube than you do on thing. On Discord, but DM it to me and I should be able to respond. And then Matthew Mulkeen there, $5 says, gotcha, but for point number 1, Paul was always silent on the demiurge, right? Jesus Christ. All right, that's 55 mentions of that fucking Q word. Anyways, Paul was always silent on the demiurge. I mean, yeah, because he didn't really have to talk about it much, because it's pretty clearly addressed in Antitheses. It didn't have to be talked about in Paul, I guess. Not really. I guess I haven't really taken a quick look at the Marcionite versions of Paul to see if the demiurge is discussed. To be honest, I'm not really sure. He might mention something in there, but not to my knowledge. I think the main point for Paul was, how do you apply the Jesus story specifically? What does that mean to you? How do you apply it to your life? How do you run a Christian church? And just kind of talking about some of the just beliefs, if you will, of this Paul character post gospel revelation, and if Paul truly is Marcion, then these letters that are supposedly written by him, or like with him as the pseudonym, they would just be talking about his practice, I guess, on or his take on the gospel, kind of. I'm trying to say that it doesn't really need that if there's another text that talks about it, but definitely familiarize yourself with a lot of the stuff there from Marcion if you can. All right. So really fast, let me see. Quit talking about Jaldabaoth. What? Oh, it's a rand. It's a rand. Okay. So thank you very much for the $10 10 rand. Is that what it's called? 10 rand and 90. What are they called? Oh, it's cents. So, no, I don't think that's a rand. What is that? I don't know what that's called. Oh, no, it is a rand. Or maybe it's, no, I think it might be a Brazilian real? Real? I don't know, guys. Yeah, it's a real. Is it pronounced rail? Rail? How do you pronounce it? Just real? Surely not real. Real? Real. Real. Rail? Ryle? No, it's not Ryle. Rail. Okay. Okay, so thank you for the 10 rail and 90 cents, I think. I'm trying to find a way to thank the man. Anyways, real just currency. Thank you for the 10 currency and 90 pieces of currency. Brazil bucks, BBs. Oh my God. All right. If you're over on YouTube and you want to come up, you definitely can. Just request up. The link is in the chat. The link takes you to TikTok. There's also a link on the YouTube profile. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up, you can send a super chat if you want. If you're on TikTok, the request button is right there or down there. I'm going to flash this particular thing because everyone's I got to here. All right, listen. On the screen, you will see a Bible verse. It is 1 Peter 3:15. It says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect." In other words, whenever somebody requests evidence for why you believe what you believe, you are supposed to always be prepared to give that. And if you don't give it, if you pass away, Jesus will look you dead in the eyes and say, "Depart from me, I never knew you. You didn't take the time out of your busy schedule to tell the TikTok YouTube cowboy that Jesus and Paul actually existed, that I actually existed 2,000 years ago. You didn't do that. Get thee behind me, Satan." I wasn't talking about you. Anyways, the point is, if you don't come up here and give me the evidence for Jesus existing 2,000 years ago, or Paul, then you're going to make God sad. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy twice. Same puppy, look it up. It's from the book of Ruth. All right. Fibers, I do see you in there, but I do have one other guest who's requesting up here. Not the gun job puppies. Okay. If this other person connects, then no. Maybe. If it connects, then I can talk to him, but if it doesn't connect, I don't know what to do. It may not connect. You there? Levroim or something, whatever your name is. All right. If you connect, you connect, but it's not connecting there. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways.
Hey,
Fibers is back. Fibers is back, everybody.
Missed about 10 minutes of my meeting. I am back.
Yeah, that was all the pleasantries and everything where it's like, "Oh, yes, and this is Kevin from accounting. Oh, yeah, Kevin from accounting. Go ahead and say hello." And he's like, hello. It's like, "How are they treating you down there in the pit?" And they're like, "Oh, you know how it is." "Thank you, Karen." And, "Well, thank you very much, Kevin." Yeah,
all the happies and the crappies.
Yeah, it's just 10 minutes of just nonsense.
And this is Lisa from HR. She's on the call as well. Lisa, can you hear us? You're going to have to unmute yourself, Lisa.
They don't even know I'm trying to make God happy right now by proving historical Jesus.
They don't even know that I'm trying to save puppies.
Okay. I think... Oh, wait.
Levram finally decides to join us. How does that even work? How did TikTok not take you off? Really fast, Fibers, because I did technically pull Levram up first. And you were over there, talking to Lisa from HR and everything. So, Levram, really fast. What you got for us, Levram?
How are you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah. First and foremost,
how are things over in Transylvania?
How the vampires are eating everybody.
What you got for us?
First and foremost, I don't know if you're joking or not, but obviously you just quoted it. I have something different, but you just quoted the scripture to say, give a defense, otherwise Jesus won't accept you. That I hope we both know.
No, well,
If we are to,
it technically says to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, depending on your translation there. But
yeah,
yeah,
it
I
does.
mean, it does say that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, but that doesn't make you be accepted less or more to go into heaven.
oh
That's,
no, I
I
mean,
know
if you're
you might have
disobeying
been
the
joking.
Bible,
I'm not
then
too
yeah,
sure.
you're going to be kicked out of heaven. That's how that works.
According to the Bible.
Yeah, according to the Bible, whoever does not to keep the commands and everything like that, my commands, will be considered the least in heaven. So yeah.
Yeah, but you are in heaven.
I am in heaven. Is that what you're saying?
No. As in, if you be considered the least, but you would be in heaven, you won't be kicked out.
It just kind of depends
And
on what
also-
you call heaven.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but we might get derailed here. That's not why I call, but I just meant to say, I don't think that would be an accurate depiction. If you want to go down that route, we could. But I'd called in for a different thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what'd you come in here for?
So your claim is Jesus and Paul never existed,
Mhm.
and you say prove us wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the letter with Josephus' work?
Never heard of him.
You've never heard of Josephus?
Nope.
Okay, so basically, in about 93 AD, I believe. Let me just search that before I say an inaccurate date. But
You
somewhere
said
around
93. Is that what you said?
No. Yeah, 93,
All right, give me 1
94. I'm not
second here.
sure. I just need to double check that online. Sorry, before I say the wrong date.
No, it's about 93, 94. It says so. Yeah, that's what
93,
it is.
94.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay.
Anyways, yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, tell me
Okay,
about this guy.
anyways.
Never heard of him.
You're pulling my leg, obviously. I just saw you literally hold the books and written the works of Josephus. But
Holding
probably
a
you saw
book?
Ajay, the one that you just pulled up.
Oh, yeah.
The
No.
one-
This
yeah.
is the book Christ Before Jesus. It's
not
available
that
on
one, the
Amazon.
one-
It's
that one you
$3
just
for the
opened.
ebook. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the one you just opened up that was saying Josephus. I'm saying you're pulling my leg in that. I can tell you know something.
I didn't even
just
know you
hold-
had legs, man.
Okay, let's go. Let's go on. So he does make reference to James being the brother of Jesus, and of course, yeah, I'm just trying to understand why you'd say Jesus doesn't exist. So he does make
Okay.
reference. To
So, I
Jesus
mean, you've read that
within-
entire paragraph, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and does it
And,
end with talking about who Jesus is? It says Jesus, son of Damnius.
Yes.
Okay. Well, next.
So, sorry, it says Jesus, son of what?
Son of Damnius. Yeah, he becomes high priest. Anointed. There at the beginning of the 60s. So
Okay,
big of a
good.
deal, man.
I'm not too
What else
sure
you
if
got?
it says that, but what I do know is he also makes reference and he says, he talks about Jesus being crucified and him being the Christ. That's Josephus, by the way.
Is Josephus a Christian?
Josephus isn't a Christian.
Then why would he say he's the Christ?
Oh, that's one that would have to ask Josephus. What we are here to prove
You just
is
said he's not a
Jesus-
Christian. So
Yeah, well-
why would he say that he's the Christ?
Oh, that's like asking me why Donald Trump would bomb Iran. That's up to Donald Trump, innit? Well, we're
No,
trying
if you
to-
thought that Donald Trump was the best president ever, then you would be MAGA. And if you're not MAGA, then he's not the best president ever. That's how that works. If you're not
Okay.
Christian, then Jesus isn't the Christ to you. And if you think Jesus is
I
the
see the
Christ, then
point.
he's the
Okay.
Christian.
Can I reiterate what you're saying so that I think I understand you correctly? You're saying because he is saying is the Christ, you are questioning why
Whether or
would say
not
that.
he
So
even
that was-
said that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm questioning whether or not he even said that. And even if you think,
Okay,
oh,
I'm-
well, maybe he just said like someone else was calling him the Christ. He goes on to say in that passage, which again, I've never read because I've never heard of Josephus. It says that Jesus resurrected after 3 days and appeared to his disciples as the divine prophets foretold this and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. It also starts off that paragraph. And the first sentence says, it may not even be lawful to call
him-
Jesus
yeah,
a man.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that sound like a non-Christian, or does that sound like a Christian just like what's going on here?
Okay. I like your question.
Mhm.
Now, although those are good questions, then your claim should not, I would say, Your claim should not be Jesus didn't exist. Your claim should be, I'm going to question why Josephus said this. Because if you then make an assumption that because he wasn't a Christian, he probably didn't say this, it can go anywhere in history. I mean, you could present a coin about Tiberius Caesar and be like, this is a coin from Caesar. And I could say, well, how do we know that's not a farmer from the same period who just wrote that? We wouldn't know. It's how we infer to history. The best possible explanation is Josephus in his book. We don't know the reasons and the motives why he wrote it that way. Maybe he was going to be a Christian. Maybe he was a Christian when he wrote that he had just
I
repented.
mean,
We'll
you just
never
told me
know.
he wasn't a Christian.
Well, I said according to what we know, but we don't know
Yeah.
if he
So
was.
according to what we know, he's not a Christian. So that's
And
why he
according to what
glazed
we know,
Jesus
he
to the
also
base and the balls.
yeah, but also according to what we know, he wrote that statement. So then there you go. So it then proves that Jesus was
Actually,
alive.
we can
At the
actually
very
take a look at the phrases that are found in the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, known as the Testimony of Flavianum, which, again, I've never read. And we can actually see that that paragraph does not match the same writing style of Josephus, and that it matches the writing style of Eusebius, an admitted liar who was the first one to say anything about that paragraph in the early 4th century. So we can tell that Josephus didn't even write it.
No,
Let
we
alone
can
was he
assume.
definitely not a Christian, and this is glazing Jesus. On top of that, he didn't even write it. Someone who did write it is someone who lies for Jesus.
I like what you're doing, but then that's an
Are you sure?
assumption that we are.
No,
That's
it's not an
that's
assumption. It is something that is based off of actual literary analysis, as opposed to just an assumption. Let me tell you what an assumption would be. An assumption would be you going, well, everything we know about this guy is that he's not a Christian. So when he very clearly puts Jesus' entire package in his mouth in this paragraph, maybe he was considering to be a Christian. No, that's an assumption.
Okay, so when I say that's an assumption, what we mean is we have the written book, and you are then saying, well, because the text doesn't match
Yes,
how
that's called
normally.
literary analysis, man. Have you
Yes,
never heard of that?
yeah, but then the question is, do you have evidence that that is actually what happened, or are you saying
Yeah,
literal analysis
it's
infers to
called
this?
literary analysis, like stylometric
But that is not
analysis. On top of
evidence, is
that,
it?
the phrases like the phrase for miracle worker or doer of good works is used by Josephus elsewhere to mean poet, like because they're a creator or a doer of good works. But
I like that.
but that phrase that to mean miracle worker is used over a dozen times in the book that Eusebius gives us the Testimonium Flavianum for the first time. Multiple church fathers before Eusebius quote from Josephus, some of them quoting from the same book, never mention a line from, even a sentence from the Testimonium Flavianum. The passage before it, the paragraph before it and the paragraph after it go together, where the next paragraph literally starts by saying, another sad calamity that befell the Jews. It literally fits together without the Testimonium Flavianum. If you take it out, it fits together. So much so that in Wars of the Jews, another book from Josephus, he talks about the stuff from Pilate in the paragraph before it and the paragraph after it without ever mentioning Jesus in the middle. He just never mentions Jesus at all in Wars of the Jews. In fact, again, I want to tell you that it is obvious that Christians like to do this because the oldest Greek version that we have of Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews dates to the 10th century. An 11th century version of Josephus's works coming from in the Slavonic language, like affiliated with Russia and everything in that area, literally has about 13 references to Jesus that we can tell are interpolations because the Christians just love to just throw things into the text to make it seem like Jesus was talked about by people who were relevant. Unfortunately, no. Josephus didn't write that. It's incredibly clear that that would not be something that Josephus would have written anyways.
Okay, so from what I hear you saying, you're saying because the text goes this way, we've got some analysis that we can make of the text.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can assume that we didn't write this because nobody was there to video him.
Uh-huh.
However, that is an assumption. And I would go on to say, if we go on, we've got Tacitus. Tacitus also.
Anyways, any good evidence for Jesus or Paul, or do we want to go ahead and move on to somebody else? I can't even hear you anymore.
We just spoke of Josephus, and now we're talking about Tacitus.
I can't even hear him. All right, Fibers, what you got?
Sorry. If we could, I don't know if you moved on. I had to take my headset off, but did you finish up the Luke explanation?
The Luke
You had
explanation? Yeah,
pulled up
Luke is
the graph and stuff.
absolutely the bulk of Luke is taken from a completely different source, and Irenaeus talks about what that source could potentially have been, and then we're able to reconstruct what Marcion had, and that matches what that material in that section is. So yeah, we're able to identify that Luke and Acts come after 144 because Luke, the Gospel of Luke, uses Evangeline as its primary source, and then that author goes on to write all of Acts. So Luke and Acts have to be in the middle of the 2nd century.
Sorry, just to make sure I'm following. Are you talking about the things that you said were later edition or written by a different person, or are you just talking about the entirety of Luke?
What?
You said that there was two different authors in Luke after chapter 4, and you.
All right, I don't know. I don't know if you're trolling at this point, man.
I'm not. I'm genuinely.
Okay, well,
asking.
lock in the beginning
I'm
of
locked
Luke
in,
and the
locked
end
in.
of Luke. They are added to an already existing text by one author. So there's one author that's about chapters 4 through 22. This is the bulk of Luke, and this is the material that's in Evangeline. So that's Marcion. Then you have someone else add pieces to the beginning and pieces to the end, slight edits in there and throughout, but generally speaking, it's just stuff at the beginning and the end. Then they take the finished product and say, this is the Gospel of Luke. Then that person goes on to write what we call Acts of the Apostles.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, I locked in, I promise. All right, I'm gonna let you get other people on, but I did have like just a general question about the. Sorry, I apologize. But I had a genuine question about like the people that come up here typically. Actually, I have two, but the people that come up here generally, do you see people more so curious about your arguments, or do you see people that are more so just like coming up, trying to dogmatically defend the historic Jesus? What would you say the split is?
I mean, there are some people who are concerned about like what I say to some extent, but like I think the majority of people are more. The majority of people are trying to defend their own position as opposed to coming up here and asking questions about how I got to what. And they may start off. I will say the majority of people do at least start off with a question of why do you believe that they didn't exist? And as soon as I say why they didn't, they immediately go into like defense mode. Most of them, as opposed to talking about like what I present and stuff. There are plenty of people who will come up and just say, "Hey, give me like a timeline." Like they'll just generally ask questions. They'll say, "Can you give me a timeline of how you believe that Christianity came to be, or how you believe that these stories came to be, or this mythology of Jesus and Paul, that kind of thing." And I like those kind of questions. But I mean, it's just kind of it's all over the place. But I'd say the majority of people are just they're more interested in defending their dogma as opposed to learning actual history. And that really sucks because I do want to talk to people who do care about whether or not they believe something is true. And that's ultimately as a good rule of thumb to anybody who is talking to anybody about religion, even if you're religious or non-religious or whatever religion you are, even if you're like Fenrichsen or whatever, Fenrichsen or Ryerson or whatever his name is, who's I think he said he was an atheo-pagan or something. I don't know. It sounds made up. But if you're in the chat, Finn, D&D, everybody. But the point is, like, when you have these conversations with people, the first thing you should probably ask, just to kind of set the ground rules, if you will, is do you care? Like, you ask the other person, do you care about whether or not what you believe is right or wrong? Like, do you care about that? And just ask them sincerely, do you care? And you might end up with someone saying, actually, no, I don't. I don't care.
Mhm.
And that
Yeah.
actually happens quite a bit. There's a lot of people that I talk to in real life and on this stream and everything that will come up and they don't care if they are wrong. They're still going to believe it. It's not going to matter. I can
You're
spend
right.
all day talking to somebody and they're like, well, I'm still that religion. And I'm like, well, why? Like, what? Did that not move the needle at all? And it doesn't, They don't,
Mhm.
because they just don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
makes them
I
feel
think
good.
that's really interesting. That's Bart Ehrman. He believes that the virgin birth was like a later invention,
Mhm.
like by Christians, and he kind of posed a similar question to just what you said. Does that change your opinion? Like whether or not this thing is actually true or not, and like, do you care? And he said he found most Christians weren't super moved by, or no, it wasn't the virgin birth. It was the trip to Egypt. It didn't
Mm.
actually affect their faith or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I think you're very eloquent about like explaining these things, and I also think you're a little bit funny. But you've made me ask a lot of questions that I hadn't really asked before, so I appreciate that. And then kind of going off of that, what would you recommend outside of your book if somebody's like looking to kind of get more into the mythicist arguments? Obviously, your book, and then
I mean, it depends on if you want something that is like from a scholar or not. There are scholars who write mythicist books. Richard Carrier writes some. He's got a blog and everything like that.
Hmm.
Not a huge fan of him as a person. You also
Okay.
have Robert Price, and he's got some work as well as a scholar. Not a huge fan of him as a person.
Okay.
Then
All right.
there's finally David Fitzgerald. David Fitzgerald's book Nailed is not from a scholar, but it's pretty good
Mhm.
as far as like mythicist books go. It really does kind of go through a lot of the same points that we go through in our book as well.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, I'll probably
Oh yeah,
call
Red
in.
Stick. Red Stick. Is that? Wait, hold up. Is that actual? Oh, okay, yeah, it's Red Stick. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, Red Stick down there in the chat. He's got a book on it. It's called The Ultimate Guide to the Understanding of the Jesus Myth. He's actually got a book on that topic.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've actually got his book as well. I didn't know that you've changed your name. God damn it. So yeah. That's a good book on it as well. But yeah, I mean, these books, Jesus Never Existed, from Kenneth Humphreys, relatively, pretty on the nose name there for that book.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's a number of different books on this topic that don't just like jump off the deep end into like conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So
Okay. I didn't know that was a thing, but all right. I appreciate it. Next time I call in, I'm gonna prove to you undoubtedly that Jesus existed.
no, you're not.
All right, see you, man.
All right. So that was Fibers, everybody. All right. All right. Let's see. We got some super chats over there. $2 from Treason and Plot. Says, say hi to your queef for me. Okay. That doesn't even make any sense. It literally makes if All right, $4.99 from Ann Norman that says, "Do you think AI will make great advances on the origins of Christianity, or is too much evidence lost in the sands of time?" So here's the thing. Maybe that's actually a good question. Maybe AI might be able to do these kind of things, but a lot of the problem is the fact that we tend to think of AI as being like this completely like unbiased kind of stuff. And while they try their best to kind of make it kind of like not lean on certain things, when it comes to religions, lots of times things are like especially like these things like Gemini and ChatGPT and stuff like that. That they're designed to not step on toes. And I understand that like the practical use of AI, like in like a job or something like that, doesn't really have any to do with that. Like you can very clearly like program something to like dig into something and stuff like that. But the issue is that it depends on who's doing it. AI is AI is capable of doing things, but it really just depends on who its handler is. So just like a scholar diving into things, it really depends on, as even Dan McClellan states, it really just depends on what institution is paying for that guy's bills. If it's an institution that is saying, hey, we don't want you talking against the Mormon church, we don't want you talking against Jesus, we don't want you talking against this particular denomination or this Christian religion or whatever, like if that group says, we don't want anything if it's not trying to find something that proves us right, then AI is not going to help us whatsoever in that particular field. It's just not. That's really how it comes down to it. AI is really only. I mean, you can't really say it's. I guess smart. It's knowledgeable. I guess you could say, and it's powerful. But it's really only as capable as the people who are programming it allow for it to be. That's where it comes from. So I mean, hell, you can go on to you can go onto AI and you can or like ChatGPT or whatever, and it will tell you it will tell you things that even scholars would tell you, like Bart Ehrman would say that's nonsense. So, for instance, you could go on and say, "Hey, leading scholar Bart Ehrman, he's a leading scholar on like the New Testament, correct?" And I would say yes, and say, "Okay, well, Bart Ehrman says that the First Corinthian Creed, the Creed in 1 Corinthians 15, or whatever, the beginning of it, that is not something that can be dated within the first 6 years or after Jesus' death." And it would say, yeah, that's correct, because that's true. That's what Barnabas says. But then if you go in and say, hey, when is that dated to? It'll say, ooh, scholars say that this is within the first 6 years after Jesus' death. And it's like, okay, well, no, they don't. You're just kind of pulling from some particular search engine. AI in that way, used in that way, is nothing but just a search engine on steroids. And so it's pulling from the most populated or the most popular sites. And so these are going to be Christian sources and Christian sites that are saying these kind of things. So it's not going to be very good information. So it might feel as if AI is a Christian, but I mean, if you really started talking to it about like Muslim stuff, then you would probably feel like AI is a Muslim if you started talking to them about Islam or Muhammad or something like that. It's just kind of how shit works. But I mean, good question. I would hope that people would be able to use it in a non-biased way, but it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before I think a lot of people start to realize we've been digging and we've been throwing a lot of stuff against the wall to try to see if it sticks. We've been trying to find evidence for this kind of stuff. We're starting to find more evidence elsewhere. We're starting to find evidence that points against Jesus, against Paul. We have scholars here recently that are coming out using data science, not using data science, that are saying that these things are that these things are later, these texts. It's only a matter of time before we just it all just kind of clicks for people and just go, okay, we would. No, like this isn't making sense. At the very least, the stuff is so late that it's not to be trusted. One of the things that I remember dealing with when I was a missionary is talking to people who said, I don't trust the Gospels because the Gospels come out decades after Jesus died. All right, fair enough. And you know, you're trained to kind of deal with that. You're trained to have a response to that and everything like that. You argue that well, it's still within the lifetime of these people. It could have been written by eyewitnesses, or at least people who knew eyewitnesses or could talk to eyewitnesses and get their story. And that's what you get when you date these things to the late first century, especially if you date them to the mid first century. You have them either potentially from eyewitnesses or people who talk to them. But once you understand that these are from the middle of the 2nd century, that completely goes out the window. All those arguments are gone. And now you're just like, fuck, and literally everything that you've said to people to try to combat like their concerns is now moot, useless. And if people were having problems with a gospel that isn't written for 40 years after Jesus died, for 40 years until 40 years after Jesus died, try 114. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. All right, $2 from Helping Maggot Deconstruct. Why the fuck do you have my Game Boy? That's funny. Now, what did it? Okay, so this is original Game Boy Color. I don't see the year on it. The year on it is 1996. So my mom found it at her house, and she's like, "Hey, I found this in a drawer. Do you want this?" I was like, "It doesn't work, does it?" And I changed the batteries, and it works. It works. I never really like. I forgot how hard it is to see the screen, though. Like, you gotta get it like perfectly. How did we ever make it out of the 90s, guys? How did we ever do that? How did we ever do that? How did we ever? I never had like the light thing that's like the claw kind of thing that comes over. It's like, ooh, because that just drains the battery even faster. Ridiculous. But I don't know. That sound, man. Yep. But yeah, buy Pokemon. It's a core childhood experience. The game that's in here, by the way, there it is. Is really one of the few games on the Game Boy Color that was any good. It's Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. Yeah, obviously it's like the older, it's like the first Super Mario Brothers or whatever. But it has like some other modes where you get to race against Boo, and it's like impossibly hard, like ridiculous stuff like that. $5 from Conrad Goldman says, "Imagine arguing about something no one can prove either way." Oh, we can prove it. Come on up if you like. The request button is, or the link is in the chat there to come up on TikTok. Or give us some evidence, or ask some questions. Just ask some questions. Imagine spending $5 to just tell me that I can't prove something, as opposed to just asking me to prove it, because I can pretty easily. $1.99 from the Prototype says, "Queef on them queefers." That's so aggressive.
Queef on them queefers. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, it depends on a loose definition of the word awesome. Okay. All right. My first system was an Atari. Oh, wow. And then Cyber says, "I loved that game." It is a pretty good game. It's got some different modes. That's the one thing. One thing I've kind of noticed whenever you go back onto like older games and stuff like that and play like Super Nintendo and shit like that, is that it's pretty much just like start game. Like, there's some options for the game sometimes, but it's just start game. There's not different modes and stuff. And that is something that you kind of lose, or like we kind of almost take for granted, I feel like, on like a bunch of games today. Like if you play 2K, there's a whole bunch of different modes of how to play 2K and things to do on 2K without even just jumping into the game. But then you put in like NBA Jam or whatever, and while it's fun, you just play the game. Like, that's just it. Like, not really anything else. You just play it. Anyways, Daisy Parks, what you got?
Hello. So I was just kind of wondering, is this like an argument for, I'm assuming this is like an argument against like the Christian, like Paul and Jesus, and not like against the historical Jesus and Paul?
It's
Okay.
against the
I
historical.
thought so. Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna
I
say,
would say
'cause-
even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. I'm not talking about the Christian version of Jesus and Paul, not necessarily. I mean, I don't know of a non-Christian version of Paul per se, but I'm straight up saying the historical Jesus and Paul did not exist.
Okay. I was just kind of wondering because, like, so first of all, I'm agnostic. I don't believe in like a Christian God or Jesus. I just know, as far as I've
Wouldn't
been
that make
told,
you atheist?
I guess. I don't know. I just, if there's a possibility of a God existing, then I would think that
Do you
I'd be
subscribe
open
to
to
the
it.
belief in a God?
No,
Okay, then
not
you're an atheist.
currently. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, agnostic
But
just means you don't think it can be proven,
oh, okay,
or
okay.
like you
Then
don't
I
have
must got my
knowledge or
definitions
like that kind
wrong.
of thing.
Okay,
Yeah, you can be an
but
agnostic atheist. You can be an agnostic Christian. Yeah.
okay, okay. But yeah, either way, so I've been, as far as I know, it's been historically proven that's like that Jesus has existed as like a historical figure. Like I just did like a quick cursory search in Wikipedia, and it said that, like, oh yeah, a lot of historians think that indeed Jesus was like an actual historical person that lived. And I was just kind of
Do they give
curious.
evidence?
I don't have it. I was just I wanted to ask like what the evidence for Jesus not existing historically. That's all.
Oh, yep. Well, at least the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, even the natural one, set aside all the supernatural stuff, even the natural Jesus didn't exist because there's problems in the text. There's things called anachronisms, which are things that are out of place in time. There are contradictions in the text. There are stories that are lifted from prior works. There's stories that are natural that still don't. It's impossible for these things to have happened. Like, for instance, when Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, it's impossible for the disciples who were asleep to know what he said. And the only real way to get them to know what he said is to either, because he gets arrested and unalived right after that, is to either say that the Holy Spirit tells him what to say, in other words, appealing to magic, or that Jesus resurrected and told them later on, which is appealing to magic.
Okay, okay. All right, yeah. I
mean, hell, I
guess.
think he ends up having conversations with two different people, depending on which gospel it is. He ends up having a conversation with Antipas and with Pilate, where they question him and everything like that. Were the disciples in there, like taking minutes? No. It says that they all scattered. They all ran away. So it's
Okay.
like where are these stories coming from? Like, who was fucking there to know what they said?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I as far as, like I said, I know that the Bible isn't exactly like, its inerrancy, I know, is debated a lot in like theological circles because it's just straight up not inerrant. Like there's many problems with it, like logically, and like different accounts from different people are saying different things and just stuff like that.
Whenever you
I
hear that term, you got to be kind of careful because so people like what I just said. Like I'll say, "Oh, hey, the disciples can't hear what Jesus said whenever they're asleep, whenever he's praying." And people say, "Well, I don't believe in the inherent word of God." So in other words, I believe that there can be errors. It's like, okay, well, I didn't ask if like I'm not approaching this as if it's perfect. I'm approaching this as if it's possible. Like, and it's impossible. Like, I'm not saying, hey, this conversation, like this word is kind of weird or something like that. Like, no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm not saying that the disciples heard him and may have misquoted him. No, I'm straight up saying that it's impossible for them to have heard him, which means there are massive problems. It's not just an attack on the inerrancy, it's an attack on the possibility of it.
I see. Okay. Yeah, so another thing that I saw was that there could possibly be other historical records of Jesus outside of the Bible. I
Yeah.
don't know if those
Like
are a
what?
thing. Okay.
Like what?
I don't know. Like I'm just gonna straight up admit to you, I only came here because I was curious on what you had to say on the matter, rather than any evidence that I have of my own, which is probably kind of stupid, but like I was just wanted to learn and I was curious.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, there are so the majority of people believe, even scholars believe that Jesus existed, or if you're talking to like non-existent scholars, non-religious scholars, they believe that he existed, or could have existed, likely existed, probably existed, or they don't have a problem with him existent. Like they just, it's not really an issue. There are some non-religious scholars that say he definitely did, like Bart Ehrman. But even they would need to pull from Christian tradition and things that are only found within Christian tradition in order to make those claims work. Because there are things like Paul and stuff like that that are only mentioned by Christians and never mentioned by anybody else, and not even mentioned by Christians until 80 years after the supposed death of Paul. For Jesus, so I'm a data scientist, and me and my co-author, data science co-partner, so we have a book on this topic. The ebook is just $3 if you want to check it out. The link's in the bio or on YouTube profile. The point is, we go over the New Testament in Greek and see that it was written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. And so that gives us a different timeline of how this all comes together and the evolution of like the of thought and the evolution of the stories and the characters and stuff like that. So the point is, the Jesus character that is presented in the New Testament, we see people later on, like Christians later on, editing texts like for historians back then, or from historians back then, to make it seem like they're talking about Jesus. And this is problematic, obviously, because they're lying. Like, we've even caught them sometimes. There's like early manuscripts of some of these documents where we can see that the Christians are editing it, like where they've erased part of words and stuff like that, and they've or a part of letters, and they're writing things in the margins and stuff like that to try to influence later people who are writing it down or copying it down.
Historical revisionism, my favorite.
Exactly.
Always
yes.
love when that happens.
Yes. Yeah. It's the historical revisionism is rampant, and it makes sense because you have one religion that's running the Western civilization for like 1,000 years at least. So it's pretty rough, especially when you're keeping a lot of these documents behind closed doors and stuff like that. Like it's pretty obvious that these things can and do happen. Now, I'm not just gonna, say, oh, it's all like a conspiracy or it's an attempt to control people. I think maybe later on, sure, but initially we can see that this is just like a syncretic religion that just kind of comes out of the evolution of thought. Like, someone is coming up with the mythology and they're pulling from different influences and stuff like that to come up with this. It's not like a weird, like, government conspiracy, Roman conspiracy, anything like that. We're not anti-Catholic, anti-Jewish, anti-Roman. It's just kind of how things pop up. Mystery cults were pretty abundant back then.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially considering how Christian the current United States is right now with our current president.
Right.
Very, very fun stuff. But yeah, thank you. That's pretty much all I wanted to come on here for. I was just kind of curious because, like I said, as far as my knowledge extended, Jesus was like an actual historical person. But knowing now that it's been a lot of historical revisionism, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. If you can check out the book. Again, it's $3 for the ebook if you want to get the links in the bio here on the TikTok if you want to check it out. But definitely let me know what you think. If you have any questions, you can come back up later or send us a DM or something.
All right, cool. Nice Game Boy, by the way. That thing's awesome.
Oh yeah. I wish I had more games, but they said that there weren't a lot of games back then that actually were that great. Pokemon and Super Mario were pretty good, but I don't know if maybe a Zelda game, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to look around. But thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, thank you.
Hey. All right. Let's see. Tetris? There's 4 people in a row that said Tetris. Tetris? Okay, fine. I have to get Tetris. So I'm not very good at Tetris, but my wife is very good at Tetris. Maybe I can. Oh, that's what I'll do. Maybe. I don't know. I'll get Tetris and then I'll give. She doesn't play video games. Every once in a while. Okay, so she does. She does play video games. Every once in a while, it's just random day. She'll just like look at the family and say, "We're playing Mario Kart today." and all you guys are gonna die. And then she gets last. But she has fun doing it. She likes Mario Party and Mario Kart. And then there's one game that we always play as a family, and there's a rule in the house is that we cannot play it individually or anything like that. You have to play it like all 6 of us. And it is a game called Boomerang Foo. And we are highly competitive at that game. It's a lot of fun. It's on the Switch. I guess it's probably on everything else, but Boomerang Foo is a lot of fun. Highly competitive. Highly competitive. To the point to where like I had to start like grounding kids, not because I was losing, but because like they were like yelling at each other and stuff. It was bad. It got blood was drawn. No, I'm kidding. Blood was not drawn. We're okay. Nah, people are just yelling. All right. Let's see. Have that game. Oh, okay, you have that game. Boomerang Foo. Oh man, it's nice. But like it's like a cutesy kind of game, and so the kids like to unlock the little hats and stuff. It's a lot of fun. Capybara get feisty as well. Cappy my bara. Are you talking about my son? I don't. Yeah. It's all fun and games until someone's crying. Then it's all out war. I'll borrow my Cappy. Oh my god. All right. How can I call? Well, here. Let me send you a guest request here. You should be able to. You might be able to accept it. I don't know if you can or not. It may not let you. It might not let you. You might have to just maybe. It just kind of depends. A pseudo-Hegesippus. Yeah, it's a 4th century Christianized rewrite of Josephus' Jewish. Yep. I've definitely heard of that. It's in our super competitive and PBA bowling 26. Damn. That sounds highly technical. All right, really fast. We got $1.99 there from WEK on YouTube that says, who wrote the Gospels and when were they written? We don't know for most of them. For Luke and John, I would say it's probably Polycarp and Irenaeus are probably involved with that. Is my guess. But that would be later in the 2nd century. So the first of the canonical Gospels, Mark, I'd say that's probably around 45. I'd hear arguments all the way going back to 137 or so, but 145 is probably 144, 145 is somewhere around there. Is probably about the time it gets written. Matthew, I'd say 145 to 150. Luke, about 150, 155, possibly even later. And then John at 160 or so, 165, somewhere in there. But that's when I would say it would be written. Oh my god. $9.99 from this is becoming a thing here. All right. $9.99 from Gerd Engineer. Gerd Engineer, everybody. Says, I bet you thought I was gone. Carrier hater cowboy fraud man. I figured out your stereometry systems and I done ran the experiment myself. My ankles swell because of the sugars. You can't. The guy is a diabetic. You can't just say that. That's awful. Don't make me read those. That's terrible. I don't know why I read it in that accent. It doesn't help that he's from Alabama. Anyways, okay. All right. Stop it. Okay. All right. $4.99 from Ann Norman says, do you think Mary's, or sorry, I don't know why I read that as Mary. Do you think Mark's story was originally understood as fiction or historical fiction that then went viral Galaxy Quest style? Good question. I would say that the play is probably something, I don't know. I would say that it's probably something it's almost like coming out around the time that people are starting to take it seriously. And I would say that the play, so the Gospel of Mark is probably a play or something to be read aloud to an audience. And so I think that is probably where the concept of this is real started to seep in, because you're taking something that like maybe was supposed to be real and you're presenting it to a whole bunch of people who are already accepting probably most likely that these other gods existed and that their stories and there's these other mythologies are real. So now they're able to hear this gospel according to Mark, Eon, and they're able to kind of take it in, digest it. The story is able to be passed on amongst these people and evolve. This is the only oral history of the story that I really feel like is there. It is the stuff that exists between the Gospels. So between, like, say, Mark and Matthew is this oral history of this deity who is becoming historicized. And then finally, whoever wrote Matthew, his community is aware of this deity who's historicized. So they say, okay, this is where he's born, blah, 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 blah. And then Luke comes around and says, no, actually, this is where he's born. And so, yeah, that's just how it kind of goes. But yeah, I would say that Mark's story, I can't say whether or not it was originally understood as fiction or historical fiction, but I can say that after it comes out, it definitely becomes more historicized. The story of Jesus gets more historicized after Mark. So if that's the intention of Mark, it succeeded. If it wasn't the intention, it still did it. Let's see. Jake says, I swear I'm shadow banned somehow. I told this dude he needs 10 followers 3 times. I guess that's J-Pop. J-Pop1221 says, can I get 10 followers from here? LOL. Yeah, I mean, if you get followers, you can end up if you get 10 followers, I think maybe that's the TikTok requirement for coming up or whatever. Hard to keep up with the measures. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, and the reason why I have TikTok is because there's a lot of crazy people on YouTube, and I don't want I don't want a lot of I don't want a lot of the people to just kind of call up all willy-nilly and just start saying a whole bunch of crazy stuff. The TikTok filter is pretty good. It requires people to actually like pay attention and to shoot me a follow so that they can see me again and take some time to maybe cool down and be level-headed whenever they finally do come up. I think that's the thing. So I do want to have conversations with you, absolutely. But you know, I want to make sure that it's going to be productive. That's what I'm saying. Chair Knight Disciple, what's up? What does that even mean? What is that? Who are you? I never ascribe malice to that which can be explained via stupidity. That's funny. What are you? Okay. If you have any evidence for Jesus Paul coming up, the request button is right here or right down there on TikTok. Or if you're on YouTube, you can click the link in the chat. That'll take you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok quite yet and you'd have to like create it, or you don't want to come up on TikTok or something, that's perfectly fine. Send a super chat on YouTube. I will read it out loud and respond to it. £4.99 from Ivy Ann there. Thank you very much. Says, before getting to mythicism, were you ever swayed by Robert Eidsman's view on James? I've heard the name. Why do I not? Eidsman's view on James. I don't think I know of the name. So in short, no, I wasn't, because I don't know that view. So let's see. The content. Eisman attempts to reconstruct the events surrounding the origins of Christianity, preceding the recorded history of early Christianity. He critically reviews the narrative of the canonical Gospels, drawing on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. A whole bunch of other stuff later on as well. Nag Hammadi. Okay. The central claim is that Jewish Christianity emerged from the Zadokites, a messianic, priestly, ultra-fundamentalist sect, making them indivisible from the milieu of contemporary movements like the Essenes, the Zealots, the Nazarenes, the Nazarites, the Ebionites, Elkosites, Mandeans. In this scenario, the figure of Jesus at first did not have the central importance that it later acquired. Canonical 12 apostles were no more than an artificially expanded replacement for the smaller circle of brothers of Jesus. After his crucifixion, one of his brothers, James the Just, took his place as the leader of this party. Besides other factions loyal to Jesus, the Ebionites and to John the Baptist, Mandeans. Wow, this is... No, it's all over the place. The central triad of the early Jerusalem church will be composed by James, Peter, and John the Apostle. According to Eisman, James was an important religious figure in his own right. Chronologically, the book moves the events reflected in the Gospels closer to the First Jewish-Roman War than usual, identifying a Herodian named Saulus. That's maybe where that guy got that idea. Herodian named Saulus, active during the siege of Jerusalem with Saul, and considers the identification of Simon Peter with Simon Bar Cleophas. Simeon Bar Cleophas. Interesting. Maybe that's where that guy yesterday was talking about that kind of stuff, because very clearly that wouldn't line up. Like the Saul that's supposed to be there is not lining up there. Yep. Let's see. And then $4.99 from Comment Tough. I think Comment Tough. Barry Schwartz, Orthodox Jewish scientist on the 1978 team set to disprove the shroud, was disproven himself. Shroud was proven to have AB blood. Okay. Like, as if people can't make paintings with blood. People can't make artwork with blood or anything like that. Very clearly, the people who knew about the story of Jesus' crucifixion and supposed resurrection and everything like that obviously knew that there'd be a lot of blood. So utilizing blood in the artwork wouldn't really mean a lot. Let's see here. 5 more followers needed. He's on his quest to get the 10 followers to come up. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, you can request up, though, if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can click the link in the chat, come up on TikTok. Clip says, is there any lines lifted from the Wisdom of Sirach in a similar way Acts takes from the Didache? No, the Didache takes from Acts. But there are lines lifted from Wisdom of Sirach, yes. A Jeremiah disciple says, what study shows it had AB blood or blood at all? I think there is something, let's see. Well, they debate. Yeah, well, it just kind of depends. So it depends on, I mean, this is just the Google AI thing. If you just search for it really fast, it says, if you search, was blood used for the shroud? It says, scientists deeply debate if blood was used for the Shroud of Turin. Some forensic tests suggest the stains are real human blood. Other researchers claim the marks are paint. The cloth's history is clouded in mystery. Forensic experts who tested the cloth found traces of human blood, AB. They also found highlighter, but of course that's, I mean, what's wild about these AI kind of things is that it'll say something and then just say something about complete disagreement. They also found high levels of chemical called bilirubin. This chemical is made in the liver. It spikes when a body goes through severe trauma. This is very clearly lifting from like going to be like pro Jesus kind of stuff, like pro Christian. Other scientists completely disagree. One famous expert, Walter Macron, tested the fibers and concluded there's no actual blood. He found only red paint pigments like vermilion and iron oxide. His team argued the image was likely painted by an artist in the Middle Ages. They believe the blood is just colored pigment. Yeah. Adding to the mystery is how the blood was transferred. If it was real, the blood seems to have soaked into the cloth before the mysterious body image appeared. Interesting. However, modern testing has found too much modern DNA on the cloth to be certain. So, I mean, it's very clearly something that people care about because it was something that became very popular. But I guess something that's interesting to me is like the surrounding elements around it. So like you have the shroud, but you also have these relics that show up in the 1300s from the Catholic Church, and like most, well, not most Christians, but like Protestants and stuff like that, the majority of people I talk to, they would like look at those relics and be like, yeah, that's silly, that's nonsense, you know, but they love the shroud. And that's, I don't know, it's just weird to me. It's kind of like the crucifixion upside down of Peter. It only comes from Acts of Peter, which is late and includes a talking dog, a floating magician, like a mage battle, and then you also have a fish, a smoked tuna that was hanging in a market that like Peter like takes down and then is like, you guys want to see a magic trick? And then he throws it in a pond and it starts swimming for a couple hours. That's like, what? Like, it's, it doesn't make any sense. And most Christians today would look past that and be like, okay, all of that stuff is nonsense, but the part about Peter being crucified upside down, that is real because it just becomes part of tradition. And as long as something is popular enough and it seeps into the tradition and that permeates even later schisms. So even if someone leaves the Catholic Church, they're still going to take with them, like Protestantism. When Protestantism left the Catholic Church, they still took with them some of the stories of like the martyrdom of Peter. So it's nonsense. It's nonsense. So people look at the Shroud of Turin and go, "This is popular, so must be real," and stuff like that. Or they put it on a pedestal that is higher than other other relics that they would consider to be nonsense. I mean, obviously, if I told somebody, "Oh, you think the Shroud of Turin is real?" Sweet. So you also accept the other relics from the Catholic Church that they think is real, like fucking, you know, the skull of Mary Magdalene or something like that, or like Jesus's foreskin or whatever. Do you think that that's real? And very clearly, the answer is no. Oh, thank you very, very much. $9.98 there from Sir Game a Lot. Thank you very much. CBJ, don't take a look at the Discord, please. Now I've got to take a look at it. This is awful. What is happening? Lady Huggy, the Discord was a mistake. It's trash. It's garbage. Dump it. All right. Anyways, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Well, that just happened. How long was the Moses and Abraham story around before being written? I'm not really sure. Don't really know. Honestly, we don't know. It could have been around 5 minutes before the story was written down. We don't have any evidence of Moses or Abraham or anybody having these stories of Moses and Abraham until we have the text being written. Like, there is a tradition that these stories are passed down for generations and generations and generations and generations, and finally, after thousands of years, they're finally written down and everything. And I mean, I get that, but that is wishful thinking at best. There's no evidence of that. Like, it sounds a lot like whenever I hear the claim of, oh, the stories of Jesus were passed down orally and then written down. And whenever I hear the claim of, oh, the stories of Moses and Abraham were passed down orally and then written down, whenever I hear that, I immediately think of the Muslim claim that, like, oh, the story is pure and it's never been changed and stuff like that. The Quran has never been altered and stuff. And not only is that not true, it's just a weird claim to begin with. Like, okay, that doesn't make the stories true or anything like that, you know. It just doesn't. But I compare it to that because it's just kind of, it's a bullshit claim to try to make your religious texts sound more impressive than they actually are. They're a story, and these stories are written, and there's no way, shape, or form that you can prove that these things were based on stories that they had a really long time prior. Not really. Unless you have any other evidence of somebody talking about Moses or Abraham before the Old Testament is written down, we don't have anything. So you can sit around and make the claim that, like, it was passed down for 1,000 years, but we don't have anything 1,000 years, and it's easily dismissed. That which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Now I'm craving calamari. Oh my God. Jesus. I just got what you're saying. All the tomboy foxes. Let's see. $2 there from Tucson says, does the church have a Joan of Arc's queef relic? Had me in the first half, not gonna lie. What the hell is that? A Joan of Arc's queef relic? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? All right, and then $5 from Resting Op Face. So, oh my God, I see the Q in the comment, and I immediately know where it's going, and I haven't even read the whole thing. Jesus said, "No one queefs to the Father except through me." What a terrible day to have the ability to read. Yeah, just and have eyes in general, thanks to the Discord. What is going on? We now have 60 keywords. I understand, Daisy Mike. You and I both, but for probably different reasons. And also, one more literal than the other, I guess. Angry Antitheist says, I can't even read it, and you made me hear it. What the fuck? That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. After 50, we need a hate comment. Do we really, though? All right. Professor Oak, $4.99. Oh, no. If Joe Feces gets queefy on Tacticus, and Alex DeGreat had 24 chromosomes. Did anyone really hear the queef? Okay. I don't know why I'm friends with you guys. I really don't. All right, so it's a philosophical question. If Joe Feces gets queefy on Tacticus and Alex the Great had 24 chromosomes, did anyone really hear the queef? Okay, well, that's... unfortunate. All right. All right, if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please, for the love of all that is holy, which is nowhere close to the Discord chat or the Super chats, please request up. I might have to do a restart over there on TikTok. I'll do it for Cyber. Speaking of Cyber, what's going on, Cyber?
Hey, got a new hat.
Oh. If you're over on YouTube, he is sporting what looks to be a straw white hat. Oh, it's very nice. Oh,
Yeah, and what's really
that's a
cool about
Stetson.
it is I don't know if it'll pop up, but it has these little designs in it in the straw. And I have no idea how they put these in because it's one strand of straw when they do this. So I have no idea how they put these little designs in there. It's
very
more
carefully is how they do it.
Yes, very, very carefully.
Yeah, it looks kind of like a I don't know how they did it, but it's kind of it's a 3-to-1 herringbone weave, which requires
Javron weave needs a special loom. This is
yeah,
the
Gray
hat
has
that
a
Jesus wore.
Yeah, Keith says, "Does a bear shit in the woods?" I don't know. A circus bear, probably not. Another red herring said, "Is that lobes?" I have my video off.
Yes. This is the real cyber. The actual cyber deconstruction is just Timu.
No Ignatius on the board. No, Ignatius doesn't get brought up very often. Not really. Why did you keep asking if a bear shits in the wood, Keith? You asked that like 1 billion times. What was the point of that?
Look, as somebody who lives in bear country and who has a few hunters that have bear bait up on our ranch, yes, bears do shit in woods.
Yeah. Quite a bit. Let's see. Polymagic said, Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. That's what you should do. Whenever somebody makes a dumb argument, you should just turn on your camera, put on that hat, and just say, I don't give a shit.
Man, that would be great. So somebody earlier had asked about wisdom and its connections to things that Jesus says. I actually I was on a panel within the last week and I actually brought that up and started listing off because there's at least I'm trying to see if I can find it because there's at least like 20 different phrases that are taken directly from that. They're not found in any Jewish literature other than wisdom. And as I started naming them, the Christian ended his live.
Well, how convenient.
Right. Oh no, because he didn't have a response. Like as I was naming a few of them, and a few of them are like pretty close to word for word. And as I started naming them, he was just like, "Oh, really?" And I had to end up bringing up wisdom on my computer to show him that I wasn't just looking at what Jesus said and just slightly changing it.
Gotcha. Yeah. The prior sources that are being pulled from to create Christianity are actually a lot of fun to kind of go and dig up. because you kind of get to see like Christianity before Christianity, the Christ before Jesus.
Right. Like, for example, you have Matthew chapter 6, forgive others and God will forgive you. But in Sirach, you got in chapter 28, forgive your neighbors the wrong he has done, then the sins will be pardoned. A tree is known by its fruits. The fruit discloses the cultivation of a tree, so a person's speech reveals. So that's from Sirach. You have the golden rule in Matthew 7, Sirach 31. Judge your neighbor's feelings by your own. So treat others how you want to be treated. Matthew 11, come to me. My yoke is easy. Sirach says, draw to me, put your necks under her yoke. So there's just so many similarities there.
Oh yeah. And a lot of this I feel like is I mean, yeah, it's echoed, but also depending on the translation, it may be more specific than you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And people are just translating it slightly different, because it's a different translator than, like, say, like the New Testament when they're translating wisdom.
Man, if only the Gospels had been written in Hebrew or Aramaic. Gosh dang it.
Yeah, yeah, because that's another good point. That they're written in Hebrew and Aramaic and translated into Greek later. That's wisdom of Sirach. So if you get something from the Bible, it's or like from the New Testament, it's written in Greek initially.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be some things that are based off of that. But again, when you translate it into English and read it into English, it's still another translation that depends on who translates it. These things might be closer than it even sounds like they are. They already sound
Yeah.
close. They may be exact. It's
Yep.
just how that goes. Let's see. Check Discord. Okay, I'm checking Discord one more time here, and this better be something that is fucking normal.
The fact that you have to like be curious what you're opening up.
I mean, it's not. It's better than the last one. It is quite a bit better than the last one.
So how was your 4th of July as we're waiting for guests to come up?
Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to do a restart on TikTok. That's just gonna be a thing. But 4th of July wasn't too terribly bad. I don't really remember doing. Oh no, so walked around like kind of like the neighborhood or so, and it was just nothing but just gun smoke, just like, you know what I mean, just the smell of gunpowder and stuff like that. You know.
Nice. Yeah, we're in a drought right now. So
That's
we
the
have
best time
like
to fire fireworks.
yeah,
Usually, if
we've
you're in a
already had
field or towards a
we've
field.
already had a number of fire. Well, and you've seen that whole area around here is all agriculture. So we've had a few fires started by them.
You just shoot them off right underneath that giant fleshlight of a water tower, and you should be
yeah,
fine.
yeah. And when
That'll
Jaron
do the
says our
trick.
water tower looks like a fleshlight, that's not an understatement. It literally looks like it's God's fleshlight. If God exists, that's where he put his toy.
God absolutely fucks Idaho.
So we
Hard.
have like no fireworks, burn bans all over the state. But people are still lighting them. But on the 4th, before the fireworks show at night, went up to my dad's ranch, and my dad has us a few new baby goats, some baby rabbits. So my wife was having a heyday because her favorite animal is goats. So she was having fun hanging out with the baby goats.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So you did some other stuff, some more ag type stuff. Not
Yeah.
bad.
Had to go move some cattle and get ready for branding.
Ready for branding.
Ready for branding.
Did you ever get branded as a kid or attempted to be
No.
branded? I'm sure
No.
you knew some people who did.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
knew some people that did.
Oh
But I
man.
wasn't about that. I wasn't
Yeah.
about that. And when I was in the Marine Corps, there was this weird thing with people getting Eagle Globe and Anchors branded on them as well. And I'm like, I'm not about that.
Pixie's Place in the chat says, "Oh, I love little goats. My favorite is Messy." that's I like that. That's pretty good. All right.
Yeah, my name's Cyber, and welcome to Jackass.
Yeah. Let's see. We got PDSW2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, what you got, man?
I guess I got more or less just some questions about what your thesis is. I think I'm overhearing something.
Go ahead.
Okay, I hear you now. I hear you now. I guess I just had some questions about what the thesis overall is. I guess I'm under the understanding, for me personally, that the Bible has like it's like more or less historical fiction. Um, do you think that is it just Paul and Jesus that never existed, or do you dispute the existence of other biblical characters?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like Joseph, Mary, the disciples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moses
Okay.
never existed.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then you get into
Okay.
the Old Testament. Yeah. There's just about everybody in the Old Testament. But like, yeah.
Okay. John the Baptist, Pontius Pilate, and
They
others are just
probably
like,
existed. John the Baptist probably existed. Pilate definitely existed.
Yeah, Pilate definitely, yeah.
okay, so because I feel like I'm along the same kind of lines, but I guess to the historical fiction point, a character like Jesus, do you see him being inspired by anybody, or it's like completely made up? Do you think that there was no
Well,
traveling
we were
preacher?
kind of talking a little bit earlier about a book that is called The Wisdom of Sirach. It's written in Hebrew in the early 2nd century BCE, translated into Greek by the author's grandson. The original author's name was Jesus. The text is actually found in the Catholic Bible. You can get a copy of it. But the author's name is Jesus, and it's just a bunch of teachings. So I would say that does get utilized. A lot of these teachings are echoed by Jesus in the New Testament. There's even certain phrases, up to 6 words in a row, that are taken from this book. So we know that they are utilizing this book as an influence. But the problem is, this guy is definitely not anybody who was close to Pontius Pilate in time, let alone being crucified by him. So, like, if you're saying, hey, this person is the person that the Jesus of the New Testament is based on, okay, but it's a Jesus really in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call him, because
Okay.
it's not he's not doing any of the physical things that this New Testament Jesus in a natural sense is doing. So when I say that Jesus didn't exist, what I say is that the natural Jesus as presented by the New Testament did not exist. If you want to say he looks something completely different from that natural Jesus, that's fine, but I'm still correct that the New Testament's natural Jesus did not exist.
Yeah, and I think I would agree with you on that. So okay, that's just interesting stuff. I haven't read your book, The Christ Before Jesus. It definitely sounds interesting in title alone. But yeah, I think that did clear up some of the stuff I was thinking. Oh, and I think I came across some of your stuff on MythVision, and I didn't get to see a full piece of it, but seeing some of the, what is it called, Stylo, whatever software you guys are using.
Yes.
Do you demonstrate more of your findings, or something like this, just more about like debating people about who think Jesus is real, or do you like show more of the stuff that's you want people to buy your book for that information?
I mean, we go over that information in the book, but we do 3 live demonstrations on MythVision for that. We're also on History Valley. We did some demonstrations, or we do talk a little bit about that on History Valley. But Yeah, I mean, I'll run it every once in a while. Like here on the TikTok, there's a couple of videos where we get into that kind of stuff as well, just showing the software off. But while the stellometry is something that we're definitely known for, and is what me and my data science co-partner would that's something that we would consider our biggest contribution to the mythicist argument. Like that's what
Hmm.
we do to contribute to it. At the same time, that's only about 15 to 20% of our argument, because it's just something that helps back up what we already talk about. It helps
Yeah.
back up and give a backbone to the theory that we already have laid out. So generally speaking, I just talk about the theory on here, but the stellometry does help kind of provide some, like I said, a backbone for it.
Okay, I guess this will be like one last question because what was brought up earlier. As far as like, having more comfort saying that someone like John the Baptist existed, what are you, where's your yeah, what do you stand on for the existence of John the Baptist?
Oh shit. So, shit. All right. So I have said for the last few years at least that John the Baptist most likely existed, probably existed.
Hmm.
I have said,
During the
yeah,
time they say he did?
it's pretty close.
Okay.
But my co-author and I have had, in fact, a public debate over on Aces Live, and I mean, he's got some good points to show that it's possible that the Josephus record of this had been altered in some way later on. But I'm at least willing to say that it's possible John the Baptist did not exist, but it's a pretty big question mark. It's a pretty big question mark there for him. But as far as like you asked earlier, like Pilate actually existed.
Hmm.
John the Baptist, even if he did, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, for the sake of the conversation, I'm fine with saying that he did, or he didn't. But just to say that I'm either way is fine with me.
Okay, well, sure. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see. $9.99 there from Jenkins of ODU says there once was a scribe named Josephus. Oh boy.
He was a traitor.
Well, damn. All right. There once was a scribe named Josephus. While walking outside, he passed a young bride, then declared Yahweh's beard, did you queefus?
Well, people, there you go. Yeah, you did it. How does Queef have more tick marks than everybody put together? Is there a book of Queefiticus that I'm not aware of?
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
Queefapocrypha?
How about no?
I like turtles.
Cyber does it for free. Wait till you find out what else I do for free.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Anyways.
It's exactly how we get a queef. Saw this queef on queef crime going on around here.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
All right. We're having fun. We're having fun, right? Are we having fun? Is that what's happening? We're having fun. All right. Yeah, there's definitely got to be a restart at this point. Oh my God, Adam. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we gotta do a restart. But someone else is here.
Well, real quick, just remember, queef, it's not a fart. It's a standing ovation from the wrong department. It's just your body saying, I'd like to make an announcement with absolutely no follow-up. If a queef happens in an empty room, does anybody blush?
As really fast before we do a restart, because we do need to do a restart there on the TikTok side. Someone had mentioned really fast on the super chat thing, $9.99. This is Joshua Fuzak. Says your stilometry runs on roughly 372 word chapters. No, that's not accurate, not even close. Stylo's own creator requires 1,000 to 1,500. Nope, that's not close because Dr. Message Eater, who is the mathematician behind the distance formulas that we use, we have him on record as saying that he has accuracy 100%. with as little as 100 words. So no, also the Gormans who use, granted they use supervised methods, but they can get accuracy down to 50 words. So no, Dr. Message Eater said that he can get a lot accuracy at a lot less than 1,000 words. That's not even close. Not to mention, even when we do run the things at 4 chapters at a time, and the average... the average amount of words in a chapter is about, in Greek, is about 500 or so. But when we run it 4 chapters at a time, which would make these things close to about 2,000, they would be about 2,000 word files, we end up with the same results. So, doesn't really matter.
And to be clear as well, there are books that can't be ran, and Jaron and Matthew have been open about what they can't run because they are way too small, and so they can't run them.
Yeah. Whenever we were running things and comparing them and we were saying, hey, this doesn't have enough words to really be compared to something with a lot more words, we ended up saying this, it's not getting a good read on it. Like, we were honest about these kind of things. But no, the average amount of words in a chapter is not 372 words in Greek. And it says also you also can't read Koine Greek, not an issue. So you're analyzing English translations. That's not even true.
Did you read Richard Carrier on this? Sounds like he read Richard Carrier, where
that's a really stupid comment. You can't read Koine Greek, okay. So you're analyzing English translations.
No.
The fuck?
And just so you know, and Jaron, correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but when you're running the manuscripts, you don't need to speak the language. All you're doing is comparing this Greek manuscript to other Greek manuscripts.
As long as the computer is able to see a digitized word and know that this string of characters is a word, and then another word, and then another word, that's all you need. You don't need to understand personally what this word is. So the first half of your sentence, it says you also can't read Koine Greek, so you're analyzing English translations. Those two aren't related to each other. I'm acknowledging I can't read Koine Greek, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not I ran English or Greek. And we did run Greek, because running English would be stupid, and you didn't read the book where we very clearly say that we're not running the English, we're running the Greek. He's reading like some kind of either Dustin White or Richard Carey or somebody who hasn't actually read the book or paid attention to literally anything and hasn't done any research in which we would actually show on live demonstrations that we're running the Greek. They haven't actually done any research, so they just kind of talk shit. And this person's just spent $10 to talk shit from and pull a quote or a concept from a critique that didn't actually do any research. So congratulations, you just wasted $10. Kind of dumb, but I mean, you can do it again if you want. But yeah, we did run the Greek. We did not run the English translation of the Bible. The only time that we've ever ran the English translation of the Bible, there are two times that we've ran it. Neither one are in the book, and we don't base our argument off of it. The first time is when we ran it. Well, no, technically it is just one time. It's just we got two different things from it. So we ran it one time, and it's in our next project, which is over the Book of Mormon, which quotes from the King James Version of the Bible. So we ran the King James Version.
In fact, we know it's using the KJV in the Book of Mormon one. Whenever Joseph Smith ran out of ideas, he just starts quoting Isaiah like word for word. But in the KJV, there's editor notes that they put within the text. So if you see something that's like italicized or anything like that, those are like what the editors are putting in. That's not actually in the Hebrew script or anything. It's what the editors are putting in. And Joseph Smith added those in to his translation because he didn't know that those were editor additions. They're not actually in the manuscript.
And by the way, the two things that we did get from running the King James Version for our next project there, number one, we saw that it still splits. Even in the English, it still splits the Book of Luke. So even the translations show that it's a different author. On top of that, the second thing that we got was that, yes, the King James Version is obviously the version that is used explicitly in the Book of Mormon. So yeah, it's just, you know, and it's tied in a lot with the Book of Mormon. But yeah, that's the only time that I can think of that we've actually ran the King James Version or the English version of the Bible in stilometry. It wouldn't make sense to run it in any other language other than Greek. We did run the Vulgate at one point in time, but again, you have to compare those things with other Latin texts. But when we're doing what we're doing for the purpose of the book, we need to run it in Greek. Our inability to read Greek has nothing to do with a computer's ability to process it. So, yeah, it's just some dumb shit. All right. Gonna go ahead and do a restart there on TikTok. And we'll bring it back up. Try to. There he goes. All right. And by the way, if you're on YouTube and you'd like to come up, there is a link in the chat. You can click the link in the chat there and come up. I do take guests on TikTok. YouTube does not allow for me to take guests, or they don't have a program or ability to do that. But you can request up there on TikTok by clicking the link there in the chat. That'll take you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok account or don't want to, perfectly fine. Send a super chat. Ask a question, make a statement. You can even, make a statement like the last guy who talked about how I can't read Koine Greek, so I'm running the English translation, which is not only very stupid because it shows me he didn't read the book, but also it's very stupid because those two things don't go together. And he hasn't done any research whatsoever to actually see that we show exactly what we're running, and it's in Greek. So he wasted $10. But you don't have to waste it. You can actually give evidence for Jesus or Paul, and we can actually have a conversation. So if you'd like to request up or send a super chat, feel free. Well, that's how you can do it faster. Gotcha. All right. Starting to see people coming back in here from TikTok. Hopefully we can get some guests coming up that would be giving some good evidence for Jesus or Paul, or at least having good conversations there. 13 from Lady Huggy. First from Gray Eyes. Life's a Glitch says, if one's translator translates two works, will the translations show as one author or two? If one translator translates two works, will the translation show as one author or two? If a translator, it really just kind of depends. So it really just depends. Translating over, it depends on how close the translation is, or like how they do it. Like, I know that there's conversations about like the King James version versus like the NIV, you know, if it's word for word translation, or if it's like I can't remember the other term. It's where they like take a phrase and they say like, what does this phrase mean? And let's translate that into English. I don't know the other word, but it's like word for word versus like phrasal, I guess, or like phrase for phrase, that kind of thing. And if you run it at a like word for word translation, then it should for the most part come up as multiple authors, like if you're doing it correctly there. But if you're taking a look at an entire phrase and you're saying, okay, what's the closest translation for this entire phrase, then yeah, that's gonna get fucked up. No, that's not what that is, Aaron. Yeah, I escaped a dictatorship. I'm not here. People are not their governments. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. 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 You're good. Like, literally, you're fine. Like, you're fine. Yeah. You're fine. You're good. All right. Yeah, you're not catching anything here from me anytime soon. Okay. Unitarian says your show has no positive message. Yeah, sure it does. Sure it does. I mean, do you want to come up? I can provide a positive message. Why doesn't our show provide a positive message? Yesterday, I had a very, very good conversation with somebody who was dealing with going through more or less existential crisis, and we had a very positive conversation. Why the fuck are you saying these kind of things in the chat, man?
What is your positive message for humanity other than
the positive message for humanity is that we can actually make the world a better place by believing as many true things as possible and stop believing as much bullshit as possible. And if something doesn't have any evidence, what we do is we say, at the very least, we'll set that aside until we have evidence to persuade us either way. This ends up increasing the utility of human beings because we don't end up putting people in power or giving people a lot of power over us or giving text power over us when they really shouldn't, and they're not going to be beneficial for people. So do you have any other claims for how the live is not giving a positive message before I block you?
Okay, I'm also anti-evangelical. I'm not an evangelical. However,
yeah, that's perfectly fine. But how are we not being positive?
What I see in the Bible, I cherry pick the Bible.
How are we not being positive?
Because you neglect justice, mercy, and faithfulness that is promoted in the Bible.
Well, how do I neglect justice?
Because you just say that those things do not exist. You completely
How is that
them.
Justice? How is that me neglecting justice? Me showing that something didn't happen in history has nothing to do with neglecting justice. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes. Do you see that there was not only Jesus, but there was a certain community of people not only Jesus
I'm not
that you
saying that the
deny.
community of people known as Christians didn't exist. I've never said that once. In fact, I've stated that before the mythology of Jesus was created in the middle of the 2nd century, the Christians go all the way back to the 1st century BCE, or if you really want to get technical, back to when Serapis was brought down from Sinope to Alexandria by Ptolemy I Soter. So I am not in any way, shape, or form denying the existence of human beings. I do not want these human beings to be tread upon in some kind of way that is persecuting against them. I just want people to realize that a claim from any community, whether you're a part of it or not, a claim that doesn't have any roots in historical evidence is not something that you should just believe, and definitely not swear your entire life to. So again, I'm going to ask you the question, and you're either going to answer it or you will be blocked.
I don't care.
I understand you don't care, but I'm asking the question and I want an answer from it. I want an answer from
My
it.
answer.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm about to ask a question. Listen to Daddy ask the question, then you can respond. Where am I neglecting justice? Answer it.
You're a scumbag, okay? You're a loser. You don't have any positive
Cool.
message.
So you don't
Your
actually
message is that
have. So you
somebody
don't have
doesn't
any
exist.
answer. You don't have any answer. Cool. Run back to Jeff for truth and try to take him down to the base and balls. It's not going to be hard. All right. Let's see here. Next person up. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come back up or come on up. Let's see. I love logging on to a spiral. Yeah. That person was actually a person who had been around for quite some time, going back to about the starting time of when we started going live, about February of 2024 or so. We started going live, and he was around. He would pop up, and he'd have conversations and stuff like that. He generally seemed fine, but what ended up happening, I think, was he I don't know what exactly happened. He just randomly started turning on a lot of the points that we say and stuff like that, thinking that this was like a cult of some kind, and he started accusing other people of being in a cult, like accusing some of my friends of being in a cult. It's really weird, and he makes a whole bunch of different profiles, and he comes back up here every once in a while. I'm sure he's probably still watching, but now he's I think kind of palling around with Jeff for Truth or whatever. He's got a book that says that Paul didn't exist. It's not that he disagrees on like Jesus or Paul existing. He doesn't. I don't think he does at all. I think he's just kind of somebody who doesn't like, I guess, just the community here. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. He just came out with a book that said that Paul didn't exist. And Jeff for Troops out there like promoting it and stuff like that. So I have no idea. All right. He looks like a guy from Brokeback Mountain. Yeah. What version of Brokeback Mountain did you watch? Gosh. Nicholas Graves, up man, said wowzers. Amy Knight's always pathetic. Yeah, it's kind of strange. So he came up to contribute a non-positive message. Interesting. That's funny. I blocked him a while back. Yeah. He's not Muslim. He's not Muslim. No. He's not. It's really strange. Let's see. Just someone just named Dad. Says you will get a huge surprise soon. Didn't spell surprise correctly. Is the surprise a English textbook? His message lacked justice. That's funny. I just saw Dad in another live. That's funny. Oh, right. Can we finally block even I today? Yeah, I blocked him. Please do block him from Elizabeth Heretics. I did. Don't worry. It's all good. All right. What's the surprise? No, somebody was asking us. He said that there was going to be a surprise, and his name is Dad in the chat. M. Caw says, you really have nothing better to do beside telling lies. Well, I guess not. Come up if you can. He's got friends. Who's got friends? Who? Who's got friends? Who are you talking about, Elizabeth? I don't know what's going on. Bob has friends. Who is Bob? Oh, I've got friends. What is happening? All right, I'm trying to get some people come up. If you're on YouTube, click the link. There's a position here on the panel. Come on up. If you have evidence for Jesus or Paul, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear some good evidence for Jesus or Paul. Name is Robert Paulson. Who's Robert Paulson? I don't know any of these things. Beef, once again. Beef? Bev? Okay. Beef is your name Beef? Beef? Bev? Or is it Bo and you're just like spelling it with a V? Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and mute you for the live. But you can come up. Here, I sent you an invite. You can't comment anymore, but I'm not running from the conversation. I want to have the conversation. You're just going to have to request up. I want to talk to you, but I'm having trouble keeping up with the comments there.
Hello.
Who's Robert Paulson? Okay, Everbranch, what's going on?
How are you, man?
Doing good, doing good. What you got, man?
Do you know what it means to prove something?
Yeah, to provide evidence that without a shadow of a doubt would need to be one particular way.
Wow, that's just a very good instruction. But also you need to look at things that are still coming to light today, things that we didn't believe before that are coming to life today.
Yeah,
like
sure.
black
Yeah. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah. There's loads. I think if you look at the historian.
What was that about your loads?
There's actually loads, mate. There's loads of historian.
Cool. Yeah, what you got?
So there's loads, man.
Awesome, sweet. Well, you keep talking about your load. I'd like for you to go ahead and finish.
Yeah, the Romans, right? The governors.
Sweet. Who?
Pinty the Euphra's letter. Romans,
Who?
governors' letters.
What governor writes?
Pliny the Younger.
Okay, so
The
Pliny the
letters
Younger.
to the Roman
What about
government.
him? The Roman governor.
Yep, they
Roman
wrote to
governor. Is that what you said?
Yep. Roman
Of where?
governor wrote to the
Of
emperor.
where?
What do you mean of where? Rome.
Of Rome. The governor of Rome.
Yeah, the Roman governor wrote to the emperor of Tarja about the early Christians.
The emperor of what?
The Roman governor. The Roman governor.
He wrote to who?
He wrote to the Emperor Trajan about the early Christians worshipping Christ. You've got
and what does that mean?
The Babylon Talmud contains early Jewish rabbi references to Yeshua.
And this is
Yeshu. Go on.
You've never seen any of these words, including governor, ever in your life, have you?
What do you mean?
It's pretty clear you have a hard time just reading these texts, let alone presenting them.
There's loads of stuff. There's
and we're
fucking...
back on loads.
Charlie can't read.
Yeah, there's historical places that were in the Bible that have come to stay today. You know, things that we didn't believe before that have been found. Not.
Dude, are you calling from like a spaceship? Like, we can't hear half of the shit you're saying. You said something about loads and then decided to go on like a trip to the middle of the Atlantic because I can't hear shit.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
The Pilot Stone?
What about it?
The Pilot Stone?
What about it?
Well, it's evidence. What do you mean, what about it?
I mean, it's just evidence of pilot.
You know what it is?
Yep, it's evidence of pilot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed, the perfect.
Well,
he
is
was
evidence for
Judea.
pilot evidence for Jesus?
You've got the James Os. There's loads. You've got. There's honestly loads. Like, you can't even deny that. There's so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He had a bad connection and just kept saying the word loads over and over and over. I'm pretty sure he was a troll. All right. So $5. Elizabeth Heretics. England is not sending their best. I'm over here talking to fucking Oasis about whether or not there's loads of evidence. Ridiculous. All right. Lewis, $5 on Super Chat said he wanted to bring peace. They talk about Ebonite, Unitarian, or whatever. He wanted to bring peace, freedom, and justice, just like Anakin, but failed. That's why he called you a scumbag. Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And thank you very much for the super chat. $1.99 there from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, when I think about Jaren, I touch myself. And then just put the word queef. Had me in the first half, kind of, sort of. Actually, well, you know what? I'm not going to get into that, but you didn't end well is what I'm saying. Dear God. Ridiculous. Lewis, $2 says, what? Joe Biden. Get in, loser, where, I like that meme of Biden. That's funny. Okay. Senator Palpatine is evil. That what? Anyways, thanks, Obama. Have you guys, okay, really quick. Have you seen the video of Obama trying to put a cookie into a glass of milk and it doesn't fit? And then he's like, thanks, Obama. Have you seen that? I'm like, okay, that is pretty good. It's pretty good. Like literally every video of Obama. Hell, every video of Bush. I'm looking at it and going, man, such a simpler, better time. All right. Elizabeth says no, but I want to. Now watch this drive. Oh, ridiculous. Teaching Steph Curry to play basketball. Oh yeah, that's funny. Let's see here. Mission accomplished.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Saul Macias. Macias.
Macias. You hear?
God damn it. It's literally the one thing that I didn't say out of the 6. All right. Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on? What you got, man?
I just want to say I'm a big fan of you. I've been watching you. You're pretty cool.
No,
I just had a
thanks.
few questions.
Yep.
On the puppy thing, is that like actually like true? Or is that like I don't know.
No. It moves. Like I always say, it's a different book.
Yeah, I just realized that. That's why I was like, not sure.
Yeah, no, it's just... And not to mention, so I say it because not only it's funny, but I'm also trying to encourage people to come up, but also I say it and I put it in a different book in the Old Testament. It's never a New Testament book. It's always an Old Testament book because I know that the Christians don't even fucking read that shit. So like, what are you gonna do? Tell me that it's not in Lamentations? You don't even know what's in Lamentations. Quick question, Saul. What's in Lamentations?
Not sure.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point. Like, no one fucking
Yeah.
reads that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, just by the name of it, you can probably tell what it's about. It's a bunch of depressing shit, but like, still, it's still, no one reads it. Lamentations, I presume. Yeah, it's complaining loads. What's the other questions you got there, buddy?
The other question is, should I read? I'm trying to get into this as well. Should I read the Bible more into like deep, more in depth, or like, or your book?
I mean, so let me tell you a little story about a friend of mine. She's younger than me, but she'll tell you that she's older. Her name's Christina. She's let's call her a godless girl. And Christina picked up a copy of Christ Before Jesus. Now, she read the book or listened to the book. Not really sure. Not really sure exactly how she ingested my words, but there were times where every once in a while, Christina would hear words or names or places or dates, and she's like, who the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? When the fuck is that? What's going on? What is any of this? And that's because Christina was not raised Christian. She was what we call heretic trash. No, I'm kidding. But no. Sorry. So the point is, she hadn't read the Bible. So like, there's certain things in there that you might want to know about. Certain things from early church history that you might want to know about before reading the book. It's okay to read the book because we try to explain these things, but we start throwing names and dates out there and concepts. And if you haven't read the Bible, if you're completely unfamiliar with it, you might go, "What am I reading? Like, what is this?" So, I mean. I would suggest at least being pretty familiar with the New Testament, and maybe even brushing up a little bit on like early church history before diving into the book. But you can dive into the book too. It's fine. It's whatever. Christina is still perfectly fine. I hear that she is. I hear that, you know, after reading a book and it absolutely like fried her brain. Not because we're very smart, but because, you know, non-Christians, am I right? I mean, it's just, she has been recuperating. She's been coming back to, you know, full health and everything like that. So she's getting better. It's a day by day thing, but she's somewhere between. Oh no, I'm not gonna make that joke. Not gonna make that joke. Not gonna make it. Sorry. Nope. Can't make that joke. It was a joke at the expense of Mitch McConnell, but I'm not I'm not gonna make that joke at the moment. All right. Anyways, so I would recommend maybe brushing up a little bit on history before reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much the question I had. Just want to say, big fan. You're pretty cool. My favorite part is when you do hard mode.
Oh yeah.
I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah. The hard mode was something that we started some time ago, and yeah, it's definitely a. It's definitely
and the
something.
Set macho part.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
But anyways, anything else you got? Any questions or anything? Oh, okay. No. That was Saul Messias. Is that how you pronounce it? Messias. That was Saul, everybody. Saul. Let's see here. Heretic trashes. Man. Zachary. You there? Zachary, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're pretty quiet, but yeah.
How quiet is it? Is it feasible?
Yeah. Say something.
Zachary.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
What'd you got?
Yeah. So I just had my question would just be, how do you define real as a historical figure? Like who's a figure that you consider real from the first century?
Pilate.
Pilate is real, and is that because there's like physical, archaeological evidence? Is that your burden?
It's just good enough evidence to show that without a shadow of a doubt that this guy was a real person. He literally meets some of the highest criteria that we could even put.
Okay, is that like the inscription? I mean, he
Well,
never
the
wrote
inscription
anything
is pretty good.
personally.
Yeah, the inscription's good, and then 2 contemporaries of him talking about him. That's pretty damn good, man.
Okay, and then what's your issue with Paul's letters? Like, what's your claim there? I mean, we have 5 direct letters that claim to be from a historical figure named Paul. I mean, you
We
could
have
say
13
maybe,
that say that they're from
or
Paul.
13, sure, even
Yeah,
better.
but even Christian scholars say that only 6 or 7 of them are actually from Paul. So you're admitting that 6 or 7 of them that say that they're from Paul are not from Paul. So very clearly, saying you're from Paul doesn't mean shit, does it?
No, and that was kind of my point, though. They don't all have to be from Paul, but I just don't
Okay.
know how you go from like maybe they're not Paul to Paul definitely didn't exist. I mean,
Well, the
especially when he's
version
one
of
of
the
the
New
most,
Testament is who didn't exist. And what were we saying? He's one of the most what?
I guess, personally, we have the most letters from him as a historical figure from the first century. Like he's the character. I mean,
No.
Jesus never wrote.
No, we have
Who else?
127 letters from Seneca. The fuck are you talking about?
Okay, well, I
They're
actually
literally
didn't know
called the
that.
moral epistles. And, by the way, they're
Good
written
to
to a
know.
fictional person, which is part of a trope, and it shows us that fake letters absolutely are written back then, which cast even more doubt onto Paul.
Okay, so let me redirect because I mean I was wrong there, but what? How do you classify? I mean, I think with like your line of reasoning, you can't even consider anybody real. I mean, it's very,
No,
very hard,
I
which is
just
good.
told
It's
you
logical,
Pilate.
but Pilate is. What do we have from Pilate? An inscription. That's essentially
And
it.
2 contemporaries, I already mentioned this,
Yeah.
2 contemporaries that talk about him, and an inscription that has his name and government position and dates to his lifetime. I mean,
Right.
did you want something else?
I
I
just
mean,
think
does Jesus
personal
even meet
letters are
that?
more.
Does Jesus reach that level? Like,
Absolutely not. Jesus isn't anywhere close, but I just think Paul is
okay.
weird because Paul feels.
Does Paul reach that? Do you think Paul reaches that level?
No, but it's
Okay,
interesting,
well then
though.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm saying this is someone who I consider to be real, and I think you do as well. You consider Pilate to be real. And then you're saying all these people under it, if you don't accept them, then he can't be real. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. No, I get it. I don't know. I mean, I guess it just depends where. I mean, this isn't like the scholarly consensus, so you can't come up here and just act like you're dunking on me for saying it. But I mean, this is completely fringe, and I think the idea is interesting,
Don't care,
though, and
man.
that's why.
You know what I ask from scholars that they can't provide? Evidence.
What?
Do they have evidence for Paul that meets the same standard as, like, say, Pilate? No. Do they have any evidence for Paul that is even outside of Christianity? No. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't care if a guy with a DR before his name or a PhD after his name, I don't care if a guy with both or neither says that, oh, I believe Paul existed. Who gives a shit? What's the evidence for it? Oh, you don't have any mention of this guy outside of Christianity, and even within Christianity,
keep
there's
saying,
no mention of
I
him
take-
until the middle of the 2nd century, 80 years after he dies.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
bad. Also, on top of that, Paul isn't even a fucking name. It's a diminutive. It's literally never used as a first name prior to Christianity in the 2nd century. Did you know that?
Okay.
On top of that,
I
the
didn't know
earliest
that.
iteration of Paul's letters, which Christian church fathers admit come from Marcion in 144, are more stripped down and don't even have a lot of the material that they want in there. Which is why Tertullian in 200, early church father, says, I have to take Paul on faith his existence on faith, and the only reason he does so is because he has his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he says Marcion, a Christian theologian who was deemed a heretic in the later 2nd century,
Yeah, I know Marcion.
just invented it or discovered Galatians. That's really weird. In fact, the thing that you came in here and talking about like how there's like authentic letters of Paul, there are 13. 6 or 7 of them are considered by Christian scholars to be authentic, which means 6 or 7 of them are non-authentic and say that they're from Paul, but actually aren't. And guess how many are published the first time that we get anything from Paul? 10. That means up to 4 of them are just faked from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what to tell you, man. It just kind of falls all apart.
I agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I know the difference between myth, and I know it's completely possible that somebody just created the character Paul to, fill that
All
void,
right.
and that's completely possible. But what I also want, or what also sort of bugs me, and that doesn't do it for me, is because you could have wrote a way better story than some Jew that copies
No,
an
he's
old
never
pagan
Jewish
story.
in the Pauline epistles.
You're saying Paul was never a Jew?
In the earliest Pauline epistles, nope.
So that was later
That's an Acts story.
historians
Yep.
adding on top of it?
Yep. In fact, Acts is the most egregious. It has Paul having this conversion and everything like that on the Damascus Road, which, by the way, during the conversion, Jesus quotes Dionysus, which is from the Bacchae,
Yeah, exactly, the pagan
which
shit.
is
Yeah, yeah.
really weird. And the Bacchae is pulled elsewhere because in the Bacchae, there's a story about how a guy gets out of prison because of an earthquake and then goes to the house of like a friend, and a young girl answers the door and goes, "Whoa, this person's here." And the voice inside the house says, "No, you're just seeing a ghost." It's literally used in Acts as well. Oh, and then that same conversion story of Paul, according to Paul in Acts, he gives contradicting stories of what happened. Like whether or not the people that are with him can see a light and not hear anything, or hear a sound and not see anything. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. It's very clearly bullshit, and it's very clearly 2nd century written in the 2nd century by someone whose grandparents weren't even alive to see this shit. It's like, nah, man.
I hear you.
It's
I hear
just
you.
not
But why do
real.
you think? But I mean, aren't the letters dated earlier than all of the Gospels?
You know how they date them?
I don't.
Acts. Not
Actually.
even kidding. Nothing in Pauline epistles actually says that they're from the 1st century. In fact, if you dig into them, you'll see things like the Erastus mention, who is a public works official, and we found an Erastus stone that was in the city streets of Corinth, and people thought, oh, okay, that's dated to the 1st century, but they dated it based off of Paul. Oh, thank you very much. They dated it based off of Paul, and they date Paul based off of Erastus, so it's just circular reasoning. And it kept doing this until somebody found another Erastus stone, which was dated to the 2nd century, and it's on a pagan theater. That doesn't make sense. He also, by the way, mentions getting harassed by King Aretas while he's in Damascus. King Aretas IV reigned in the middle of the 1st century and is usually what people point to, but King Aretas IV never had control over Damascus. That was King Aretas III, and he dies in the middle of the 1st century BCE. What the fuck, man? There's nothing in the Pauline epistles to even say that they're written during the 1st century. And the only reason that people say, even like non-Christian scholars go, ooh, well, I think that these were written in the middle of the 1st, is because they're taking Acts, which they recognize to be historical fiction at best, and basically the religious version of dog shit, to actually say, oh, hey, Paul is in this location at this point in time. And they take that story, and that's how they date the epistles.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's
So
it.
I know that there is a lot of politics in the religious scholars, and then you got the classical philologists who want to say stuff about the Bible, but they just rather not, because a lot of those biblical scholars are going to tweak out if they say that this language is clearly pagan and this is clearly different authors, or they just start picking apart the text. There's a lot of tension there. So I understand that, but I guess I just have to think about.
All I'm saying
I
is
guess
that
can I
when
ask you
you
one
take a look
question
at
directly?
scholarship, you need to realize that scholarship on this topic relies heavily, almost entirely, on just church tradition and early church fathers. And by early church fathers, I mean people writing in the mid to late 2nd century at earliest. And that's really problematic. It's very problematic. The biggest difference between me and my co-author and religious scholars out there like Bart Ehrman and shit like that, and Dan McClellan, is that they are going to be putting this super high, arbitrarily placed amount of reliability on the early church fathers and early church tradition. That's it. But we can tell that these church fathers are either duped or lying at just about every fucking turn. So there's not really any good reason to say, oh, when these guys said Paul was over here at this time, it was true. If you went back in time and talked to early church historian Eusebius, who is how we get a lot of shit, like a lot of shit, the dates of people, even existence of some people, certain quotes. He's an admitted liar, by the way. But if you go back and talk in time and talk to him and said, oh yeah, the Gospel of Matthew was written in 80, right? Because that's what the scholars today say. He would look at you like you just took a human shit in his cereal. And he would look at you like an imbecile and say, hey, look, I am absolutely not going to allow for you to say that it was written in 80 because the Gospel of Matthew, according to him, was written in 41. What the fuck? That's not even remotely close to when scholars say that. So, I mean, church tradition is really, really bad. And the times that scholarship goes against church tradition, we better be very, very thankful for the fact that they did that, because we are barely coming out of a time in human history, just barely coming out of it, when scholars didn't align themselves completely with the early church.
Yeah, and I think scholarship primed because of that. They have that sort of Dionysian energy built up and it's ready to explode, and I think it's good. I think it's a good thing because Christianity helped prime the population in a way that, I don't know, it just made it more stable, and that's just
Christianity
observation.
made humanity stable?
No, in the sense that they were able to ground their morality and focus on building structures that are able to, I guess.
My brother in Christ, we had democracy and republics before Christianity fucked all that shit up and made it go back to a theocracy. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you anything about morality. That's nothing about morality.
That doesn't have anything to do with how people... And absolutely it did. Because democracy allowed for people...
is not morality. It's
what I'm saying,
without
listen,
morality.
what I'm saying is that there were civilizations that came prior to Christianity that absolutely were figuring shit out, which is why Christianity pulled so hard from those cultures. We absolutely... listen.
Christianity is just paganism united under one God in the best form when you do it right.
No.
I mean, it's just literally, yes, it is. It's just having...
No, it's not. It's not even one God. You're
Why
not
did the
even getting
Catholics
that
venerate...
right.
Okay, sorry. It's the Trinity. I mean, they would call it one God.
Okay, cool. And
Yes, my
sometimes
point
I
was
call my car a dog. Does that make it a dog?
No, it doesn't make it a dog.
Sweet.
But,
That's how that works. Objectively,
yeah,
it's polytheism. And especially if you're Catholic or Orthodox and you have saints, that's definitely polytheism. And
No,
the
that's
first
what- that
gospel
was my
had
point.
at
Wait, let me
least,
finish my point.
3 different gods. The first gospel
Yeah.
straight up had 3 individual gods. Yahweh, God the Father, and Jesus, who is the Son of God the Father, who is separate from Yahweh.
Yeah, my point was Christianity did exactly what you said, is they just copied all of the best pagan ideas and they combined it into one. But then what the Catholic
best
Church
pagan
realized are just like the sum total of what they thought would be a
No,
good.
it's just some. That's just kind of how it works. Like some of them, not the sum
Okay,
total.
well, it's-
S-U-N, some as in S-O-M-E.
Yeah, I hear you. I was
Like
just saying.
it's got some of the ideas, but
Well,
that
you would
does
admit
not
that it's effective, correct?
No.
What? It's lasted 2,000 years, man.
Effective, effective in the sense that, like, yeah, once you beat it into people and make like.
What's the goal for starting a religion?
What's the goal for starting a religion?
Yeah, what's your goal? What do you want it to do?
To believe in something, to try to
Yeah,
help
but
explain
what do
something.
you want the follower? What's the goal? Do you want it to get larger? I mean, what's
It
the
depends.
cult leader's
It
goal?
really just depends, and there's no cult
hear you.
leader per se that you can point to there for Christianity. So no.
Yes, you can. It's
There-
Jesus Christ.
No,
That's the
Jesus
cult
didn't
leader.
exist. Prove it.
He doesn't have to exist to be the leader of a cult. It could be a mythic leader.
Cool. Well, that leader of the cult wasn't even part of the cult until the middle of the 2nd century. Christianity
he's
had existed
the
all the way
main
going
part of
back
the
to the 1st century.
story.
No, Christianity went all the way
He's
back to the
not the
1st century
story.
BCE. Jesus does
First
not get
century
included with
BCE.
yes. Jesus does not get involved with the Christianity story or mentioned alongside Christianity until the middle of the 2nd century. Do you have any evidence of Christians and Jesus being mentioned alongside each other in any capacity prior to 144?
Christians and Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
That's not even a logically sound question. Christians are because of Jesus. If there's no
No.
Jesus, there's no Christians. It's like
No.
saying, is there any
Does
drop
the
of
word
water without
Christians have the word Jesus in it?
Christ?
Sweet.
Creo, the root.
And what does Christ mean?
It means to anoint, but it
Okay,
could also mean
sweet.
a lot of
So
things. It's
is
just the
Christ a
root.
title or a name?
It's a title, but it's not
Okay,
just
is
a title.
the
In the
word
Greek
Christ
world,
found in the
it's
Old
much more
Testament?
than that.
Is the word Christ found in
It's
the Old
found in the
Testament?
Septuagint.
Yeah, that's the Old
The
Testament.
root creo, yeah.
And who is it applied for? Is it or applied to? Is it applied to just
All
Jesus or
over.
the
It is
Messiah?
all over. It is
Okay,
applied to
so
acts
Cyrus
of
the Great.
anointing oils.
Sweet.
It's an
Yep. So whenever you have a group that calls themselves Christians and following a Christ, that does not automatically require that they preach a Jesus Christ, does it?
absolutely not. No.
Okay, well, that's my fucking point. Congratulations. You got it.
I understand. Yeah, okay. Thank
All
you.
right, do you have anything else to show that the Christians and Jesus are related prior to 144?
Related, I mean, scholarly datings. I mean, I can't go fucking date the
All right,
documents.
sweet. And what is their argument?
I mean, they just average it. I mean, that's just the top end of the dating. I mean, I can't tell you you're wrong. Could be.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's
Well,
just the top end
I mean, you're
fringe
telling me that
outlier
I'm
view.
wrong. You're laughing at me and you're telling me that I'm wrong when I say that Jesus is not affiliated with Christianity until 144. I'm
If
not
I'm laughing,
asking
it's
for
just
evidence
nervous
prior.
laughing. I'm not trying to be.
I'm asking for evidence prior to that, and you're not providing it. So what do you want to do here? I've
don't
got
know,
my
just
dick in
enjoying
my
the
hand. You've
conversation.
got
We
your
can
dick
end
in your
it.
hand. What are we going to do with them?
We can stroke them if you want, but
If that's what you
nah,
want to do, that's what you want to do.
No, if this is, we can finish her off right here. But
Sounds good.
if I was laughing.
All right, Jackie's coming up. Jackie, what's going on, Jackie?
Hello.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You have evidence for Jesus or Paul.
No, I actually don't. I just have a couple of questions regarding your stance on some of the Catholic faith.
Oh, some of the Catholic faith, is that what you said?
Yeah, like what we believe in as Catholics.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm new at all of this, like live stuff, but I was really interested in what you think about the because you said like pagan and like the false what was it called? Like I'm so sorry. I forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Otherwise, I'd help you out.
No, yeah, you were talking to the gentleman before about like Catholics believing in like not priests, the saints. That's what I was gonna say. Like
Okay, the saints.
it's
Yeah,
pagan. Yeah, it's pagan.
it's
or
polytheistic.
something like
Is that what you're?
polytheistic?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? The people pray to the saints, and that's not a demigod. How does that make any sense?
Okay, what do you think when they say that they've found the bodies of the saints incorrupt and stuff like that?
I say that's bullshit.
Okay, but that's not something written. That's something you can see.
You found a body of a
No,
saint.
multiple
Where?
bodies.
That would be incredible. Like
You haven't
what are
heard
you
of
talking
that?
about? I mean, it's a claim, but unless you're talking about something where they very clearly like done things to try to keep the body as intact as possible, like say like Lenin's body in the Red Square or something like that. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Oh no, I agree that, like they try to keep the bodies intact for a while, but these are like years of incorrupt bodies being found by saints. I don't know. I'm just
Well, where's the
going
proof
by
of it?
what I read.
Because I mean, that would be pretty good evidence for like miracles and shit like that. Like, where's the proof of this?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. What do you believe? Have you ever heard of that or no?
I've heard of it, and it's bullshit. That's not possible. I've never seen any evidence for it, but I've heard like the claim that like these bodies are like they don't decay or something, but that's
But it's not like
dumb.
reading a book. It's not like, oh, where's the proof in a book? Like this is actual something we can see. Well, not me personally, but obviously people have seen, and they're still around in some countries.
All right. Let's see here. Taking a quick look. Just searching for it. It says in Catholic or Orthodox faiths, bodies that avoid typical decay are called incorrupt. The religious view holds this as a sign of divine grace. Scientists, however, view it as a result of natural preservation, burial conditions, or artificial embalming. Yeah.
Is there proof of that? Is there proof that they've been
I mean, there's no
artificially?
proof that these things are still real without like or haven't been embalmed or anything like that. The Catholic Church, like it basically this is the Catholic Church saying we have a miracle and not allowing for people to actually like go in and like take a look at it. Like if you
Oh,
have a
but you
miracle,
can.
what?
You can. Like if you go on YouTube, obviously I can't travel to different countries personally, but like if you go on YouTube, like people claim they've been
So,
there.
scientific explanations. Paleopathologists have studied the tombs of some saints. They found that low moisture, cool temperatures, and specific soil types naturally turn a body into a mummy. An airtight coffin also stops oxygen from reaching the body, slowing down the normal rotting process. The Vatican investigated over 100 cases of incorruptibility. They found that many of these bodies are not entirely free from decay. In some cases, the face and hands are covered with wax masks to keep a lifelike appearance. While the Catholic Church once viewed incorrupt bodies as a major miracle, modern investigations from investigators often look for scientific causes first. Despite natural explanations, some believers view the preservation as a sign of holiness and a reminder of the physical resurrection of the dead. Many incorrupt bodies, such as Saint Bernadette in France, remain a major focus of Christian devotion and pilgrimage. So, I mean, okay, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's the claim that these things are just like perfectly preserved is just bullshit. And the only people who are even making the claim are going to be conservative Catholics and stuff like that. Or Orthodox people. It's nonsense. It's not a real thing. But I mean, what does that have to do with Jesus? I guess, or are you just asking the
I'm
question?
sorry. I was just like going by the whole, prove me wrong thing.
Right,
I
right,
mean,
right.
I can't prove that these things have been preserved through wax and stuff. I was just like, okay, well, this is what I think is kind of
I mean,
unique about.
well, okay. Just all right. Miracles are something from God. You believe that, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's like God intervening in somehow, all right, in like human life or like the world. All right. So you mean to tell me that God decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, fuck you, and give a middle finger to all those kids in an oncology ward, but I'm going to make sure that the body of somebody who was just like some probably rich person in Catholicism early on is preserved. Like, I'm going to involve myself with that dead body, that corpse. I want to make sure that that looks great, super pristine after 1,000 years. But I mean, I'm not going to involve myself at all with like world hunger, slavery. Going to sleep through that. Got to make sure that those bodies look pristine. Holocaust. Going to sleep through that. But you know what? I got to make sure that these bodies look like wax figures. Like what? What? Like if there were miracles that were actually happening, do you really think they would be as silly as something like this that can be explained in a natural way and faked by a church? You know what can't be faked? A whole bunch of kids like tonight, leaving oncology wards healthy as a horse, or healthy children. Maybe not a horse.
Oh, I agree.
Like
I
that
agree.
would not be faked. That'd be awesome. But no, this miracle is something that can be faked, is proven to be fakes in many cases, or at least explained away in natural ways. But this is the miracle you're thinking that is, this is God's way of intervening with humanity?
I just had a
And
lot
even
of
if that was
questions.
true, that would be such a shitty God. Like, if you thought about it, like, why worship a God who's like, nah, fuck them kids. We're going to make sure this dead body looks cool. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
So is it just because that's not fair? I mean, if that's is that what you're saying, it's not
no,
fair that
because no, it's because of the fact that that is such a ludicrous thing to be concerned about. Like, if the Catholic Church never mentioned anything about the incorruptibility, you wouldn't know about it or care about it. You wouldn't be going around like, does God exist? And you're like, well, man, there's all this sickness and hunger and pain and disease in the world, but
what if you
I
want
guess
to?
if God had just made some bodies look really cool, I would believe in them. Like, no, it's just a claim from the Catholic Church because they noticed something that naturally happened. So they tried to tell people that it was a miracle and it just caught on. That's all that it was. It's such a low scale dumb thing to be mentioned. It's so bizarre. It's like Jesus on toast. Like like why?
So
Why
you
would
believe
he
it's
show
fake?
up on toast?
Well, I thought your whole claim was okay. These books cannot be, real because of the fact that anybody could have wrote them or they didn't write them. But you can't argue when you see it in person, like a body that's incorrupt. That was my claim. But I guess I mean,
I don't know
anything
what you're really.
is possible.
Could you rephrase that? Because I'm not really sure what you meant by that.
Oh, because your argument about Jesus and Paul didn't exist is because of the books, right? Like the gospel
Well,
and
yeah, because that's the stories of Jesus. Yeah.
okay, well, I just wanted to know how you felt about things that you can actually see, like not things that were written like thousands of years ago. So
Oh.
that was my
Oh.
question.
Oh. Okay. But
But
okay.
if you don't believe it, I mean, seeing with your own eyes, I mean, it has to be fake. I don't.
I
It's just I
mean,
have a lot of questions
if they
regarding my
find wax
faith.
things on bodies, or they see that at least some of it has been decomposing and decayed because it just would over time, and we can explain the parts that don't decay, like how they're not decaying, then I mean, how is that a miracle? And again, even if it was a miracle, why? Like,
Have
there's
they been
so
have they
many
been
better
debunked?
things that this deity could be doing.
Do you know if like any of these things have been debunked? Like, oh, this is fake for
Well,
sure.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even the Catholic Church looked into it and found that there were cases where, like the bodies aren't perfectly preserved or something like that. It's just okay. Here is what happened. I don't know how to explain this any other way than to just tell you. What happened was certain environments, which can be explained naturally, enabled for bodies to look a certain way, or to be preserved over a certain amount of time, because they nailed these things shut or whatever, and it just happened to be like the soil conditions and stuff like that. Just naturally, it's not going
But
to
only Catholics?
decay over time. Say what?
But only Catholics, you're saying, did this?
Oh, it just kind of depends, because you end up with certain, like, mummies. Mummies are also done the same way, but like mummification of bodies does happen. We have, by the way, if you think that this is a real thing, I want you to realize that over in the Inca uh, uh, um, uh, culture, they
Yes.
had these um, kids that would be raised, more or less set aside, to be sacrificed to the, like, I can't remember the name of their god or whatever, but it's like a volcano god. And they take them up on the mountain, a volcanic mountain, and then leave them there, and then they end up dying so that the crops can be fruitful that year. All right, that's a terrible practice, and very clearly you wouldn't want that god to be real, and you don't worship that god. But we do have bodies of these kids preserved. Why? Because of natural reasons. Because at a certain elevation, the body isn't going to decay that fast. But if you want to say that because a body is preserved, that must be the God intervening, that then I guess this fucking Inca god is gonna also be worshipped by you. Like, that's silly. Like, if we can explain why the body is still intact and preserved pretty well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that it's not a miracle. It doesn't do anything. And what has happened with Catholics is they've probably opened up the so to answer your question, it doesn't just happen with Catholics. It's other people too. It's just kind of luck of the draw on how a culture preserves their dead, or how a culture treats bodies, or whatever, or where the culture lives on the planet, that kind of thing.
So do you believe it's fake?
What?
Do you believe it's fake? Like it's just all fake?
Well, yeah, it's just explained. It's not fake per se. I mean, sometimes it's fake. Like if they put wax over the hands or the face, then that's one thing. But most likely what ended up happening was somebody opened up a crate or opened up a coffin or something at some point in time, and they saw that a body was like almost perfectly preserved, and they didn't understand that it was because of the just natural reasons. So they said, oh my God, God has preserved this body. This is why it looks so good. And so it's just something that just caught on within Catholicism. And so they just kept saying it. And that's probably where it ends up getting faked later, because people wanted to say, oh, that person who ended up getting, shit, what is it called when you become a saint?
Oh,
I can't remember. It's sanctified. It's not sanctified. It's some particular term. Like you end up with people saying, "Oh, hey, this person
like ordained,
canonized, yeah,
canonized.
This person got canonized after they died, because usually you have to die before you get canonized, obviously. So they go back in because this person was somebody who was like had a super high, not risk, but a high chance of getting canonized later on, because they were like such a great person. Or like someone like Teresa or something like that, where they're like, oh my God, like this person was really, really cool, so they're probably going to get canonized. So what they do is they'd make sure to put some stuff on the body whenever they died and were buried, to make sure that if anybody ever did happen to say, hey, is this incorruptible as well, they open it up and see that it's incorrupt, because they've fixed it up. Because that's a tradition. It's a tradition that the saints would be incorrupted. And it's probably based on the fact that they opened up a coffin a long time ago and didn't understand that natural reasons had led this body to be, not decomposed as much. And so they just, a rumor basically just started going around that God did this. And that's the only real explanation for how this is very clearly a thing, and why it's such a random ass miracle to begin with. Because even if it is true, it's a really random thing for God to be obsessed over. Like, why? Why would that need to be a thing?
That's the question I have. I have like, okay, why only certain people? I just have questions.
It's because it's just luck of the draw on where they're buried and how they're buried. That's it.
Okay.
And I mean, and are you also including the girls on the mountains, and like in Peru and shit? Like, are you also including them on incorruptible bodies?
No,
or?
to be honest, it's because obviously, growing up, I had a lot of questions that my parents and family members couldn't answer. And as you go on YouTube and you like search, you're on your own. I found out about these incorrupt bodies, and naturally, I was like, wow, this is something that people can't explain. So it just interested me, and I had questions about it.
I think it is. The internet has brought us so many good things and so many truly terrible things, because like you can go online, and obviously we're online here, we're talking things. You can go online and you can read a lot of books, but you can also go online and you can get into a lot of bullshit that tries to make claims that are very clearly coming from one particular religion. I'm sure that these claims of incorruptibility did not mention those Inca kids either, did they?
No.
No, because I mean, obviously, fuck them. They're another religion. Like, why would those things that have the same kind of reasons as to why these early bodies were incorruptible, why would that be anything from God? Like, it's just, it's trying to promote one particular religion. And I mean, a good rule of thumb is if you are looking at something that is from a religious group and it sounds too good to be true, it's because it is. Like that's what it is.
But
like,
that's your logic. Like, okay, that doesn't sound right, so it can't be.
It doesn't sound right, so there's probably some kind of explanation. And when we dig into something like this and we see that there's an explanation,
You wouldn't try to like look into it and do your own research and find out.
Yeah, I mean, I just did research right here, and it pretty much immediately said that that the scientists took a look at it, and even the Catholic Church took a look at it and saw that like some of these bodies were not like perfectly preserved. There's going to be a lot of decay that's like smaller amounts or something, but maybe not like the face and stuff like that. And they also mentioned like wax being put on the bodies and stuff. So I mean, yeah, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
No, I
yeah,
mean,
that was
you're asking interesting questions. At least I'm not having to talk about
it's just things that
Josephus.
yeah. No, I have questions and I like to see other people's perspective on certain
Wait,
things
really quick.
about
Are you in the medical field?
Yeah, I'm a nurse.
Girl.
But I'm disabled right now because I'm fighting cancer.
This is what the God should be doing. This is what the God should be doing.
No,
And I hope
I
I hope you beat the shit out of that cancer. Beat it.
yeah, I've been fighting for 10 years, so I'm actually I
Fuck
think
yeah.
I'm pretty blessed. Yeah, so but
Yeah.
I
There
don't
we
use
go.
this as an excuse like, "Oh, God hasn't taken away this cancer from me, so he can't be real." Like I actually don't. And a lot of people are like, "Look at you." Like
I mean,
you
I
or
get
why do you
it.
believe in God and stuff like that.
I get it. But like, look, if you need something that is going to keep your head up while you're going through it, I can understand that concept, but you got to also realize you're badass. If you've made it through 10 fucking years of that shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's metastatic actually. It's metastatic. It says spread to my bones. So I think I'm a miracle actually. So
Either that or maybe you just got, you got good genes and you know what to do and you got a good head on your shoulders and just keep going.
yeah. Well, thank you.
Keep going. Keep going. It's keep it up. Keep it up. Get some W's in the chat for Jackie, everybody. You're a fucking fighter. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, I try to keep stay positive, but again, like all random, like I just said, you know what? I wonder if I'm the only one that thinks this is awesome about these incorrupt bodies. So basically,
I think what is the takeaway here, if you're looking for something that's really cool, I guess, and I guess sort of kind of like the hay in the needle stack of positivity, look to the fact that when people spread the pretty obvious bullshit about like incorruptible bodies, when they spread that rumor, what they did was they said people are impacted by this, people find hope in this, let us continue to fake it. And they use wax and everything like that. So at least find maybe a little bit of hope in humanity that like we cared enough about how other people view things in order to fake it. We cared enough to fake it. Like humanity cared enough to put wax on the bodies and stuff like that.
it's crazy
like,
that you
we're
say
good
that, 'cause
people. It's
everybody
just
says
we
that
have
I'm
good
so-
intentions, even though it's bad shit.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but it's crazy that you say that because people that know me know that I'm very like I don't just believe everything. Like I need a story, I need the whole enchilada before I will believe something. So this is why I thought it was kind of crazy that these incorrupt bodies are just after thousands of years still look like they're alive. And maybe it does mean I'm stupid for believing this, but I just
Doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that you're looking around for something that's going to be propping up a particular belief of yours. And that's people do that. People do that. I talk to people all the time, day in and day out, for hours every weekday. that are looking to prop up things. It's just I think that humanity itself, while we do have our flaws, if there's a lot of beauty to it. There's a lot of beauty to it. And I look at the people that are in my life. I look at the friends that I have here on TikTok. I look at you here on TikTok. I look at my family and my friends and everything in my life. And I see the beauty of just humanity, the beauty of reality. And that doesn't automatically make me think, oh, there must be a painter of this artwork. No, sometimes things are just pretty. Like, that's just how that works. And sometimes things aren't very pretty as well. There's a lot of times that I look at like politics and the news and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh my God, this is awful. But it's that juxtaposition and stuff like that that really even makes the beauty pop. But ultimately, where I'm going with this is that, like, I like humanity. And even if there's not a creator, or even if there's not a God behind it, even if there's not incorruptible bodies and stuff like that, it's still pretty cool to see how it all works. I like that. It's fun. It's
I
fun to
agree.
look at the
The
machinery
positive.
behind the clock face.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what keeps me going. Yeah. Just even if I don't know things, even if I'm that type of person that questions everything and I want to know why everybody's not Catholic, like I'm still okay with knowing what everybody believes and why they believe. And
Yep.
yeah, I believe that's the way everybody should be, but people like to fight. That I do know.
Well,
So
let's hope you keep fighting.
yeah. Oh no, I meant like fight,
I
like
know.
argue.
I know.
No, but yes, I will. I will keep fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep it up. Keep it up. That is Jackie, everybody. That is Jackie. Again, W's in the chat for Jackie. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to let that play out. Partially because of the fact that I'm eating. Secondly, because Jackie's fucking awesome. And she's going to kick that cancer's fucking ass. She's already been doing it for 10 years. Go home, Cancer. You're drunk. All right. Let's see. Really quick, there's some super chats that I think Dr. Jim was wanting me to read. Sorry. I'm so sorry for all the chewing. Okay. Okay. All right. $1.99 from Jim 12. So, oh my God. Queef discrimination is rude. Yeah, well, you took that out of Aaron's playbook there. He's always the one who's like, frick, frick, frick. Velmen, velmen. Gotelevete olfant die. Okay. Let's see. Fanta die tilevete. Let's see. 4 point. Oh no, that's dollars. Okay, $4.99 there. Oh my God. From Tracy, formerly Yanto, that says, how many queefs could a queef if a queefa could queefs? Oh my God. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus Christ. You guys are animals. Animals, I tell you. Animals. And then Sir Jungle, $1.99 said, what kind of hat is that? And where can I get one? Believe it or not, and you guys are going to look down on me. All my hats I either got from NRS or Bull Barn, except Bull Barn. Boot Barn. NRS or Boot Barn. Except for this one. This one is actually one of my favorites, believe it or not. I got it from 7-Eleven. It was in a 7-Eleven nearby, and I was like, whoa, I got to get that one. Now, that might be because of the fact that I'm from Texas. I can't imagine that a 7-Eleven up in, like, Minneapolis is going to be selling cowboy hats, but I don't know. Bull Barn is my Tinder name. That's a terrible Tinder name. All right, better than me. Better than me. What you got? Loads.
You're a dumbass, jackass, half-ass clown. Every time you talk, IQs go down. You shithead, dipshit, scumbag, twat. All that confidence, but it don't mean squat. You're a douchebag, dirtbag, loudmouth prick. Got 2 brain cells and they're both homesick. You should stay moron, walking train wreck. How the hell you survive? Earns my respect. You showed up late, but you fly undone. Trying to act cool like you're number one. Tripped on a curb, spilled beer on your shoe, then blamed the sidewalk for attacking you. You started a fight with the parking cone, got your ass kicked and went crying home. You act untouchable, all talk and pride, then lose your voice when it's real outside. You talk big game, but real quick. You're a dumbass, jackass, half-ass clown. Every time you talk, IQs go down. You shithead, dipshit, scumbag, twat. All that confidence, but it don't mean squat. You're a
Okay. That's pretty good. It's AI garbage, obviously, but still. It's funny. All right. All right. Law Gaines, what you got?
Hello. Hi.
Hey.
Excuse me if I'm not good at talking. I've never been on TikTok live before. Just want to say that real quick.
Well, so far you're talking pretty well.
Okay. So I just want to ask about religious figures, right? Like biblical figures. In what way, like, can I just name a few people, like, I don't know, prophets or saints or whatever, and you tell me what you think about them? Like, who do you think they were really, or did they even exist at all? You know, can I ask them like that?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay, so like, when it comes to Jesus, right? Who do you think he really was?
A character in a book?
That's it?
Yep.
So you don't think like before you were talking about, like, you mentioned Flavius Josephus for like 1 second, right? Like, what do you think about him writing about Jesus? What does that mean? What was the tally mark?
What? Oh, no. It's just how many times I've had to deal with somebody bringing up Josephus and everything like that.
My bad, bro.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
Yep.
No.
So Josephus is interpolated into by a later Christian known as Eusebius, writing over 200 years after the death of Josephus.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so then how about like John the Baptist? Because he's also mentioned by Josephus. So you think he's also just non-existent?
Good question. I used to say that he was probably real. I'm open to the idea that he didn't exist. It's just kind of, it's either way. But nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. Why? I mean, there are people in the New Testament who did exist, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, sure. Let's see the Old Testament a little bit. Like, let's say King David, for example.
Wait, how is this? We're going away from Jesus and Paul now.
Oh, I mean, I didn't come here to debate or anything. I just want to like see your opinion on what you believe about everything. You know, like I just am I not allowed to do that?
I mean, sure. David may have existed. Probably not, but maybe.
Oh, I don't want to waste your time.
No, I mean
my
that
bad.
was that was the answer. Like David, I would say probably not, but maybe.
No, if you're here to like debate New Testament or whatever, I'd rather just leave, not like
Well,
waste
I mean,
your time.
if you're
whatever,
asking,
okay?
I mean, you're asking the question. I
apologize.
answered it. Did you have another question?
I mean, no, it's okay. That's okay. I'll just leave.
You
right?
don't
Is
have
that
to
good? Is
leave,
that cool?
dude. Like you're fine.
No, I don't have, mate. I just want to like see what your opinions are on like all these religious figures and what you really think
Do
about
you have
them.
any other
or...
religious figures?
No, it's good. It's good.
That was it?
Yeah, I mean, I had more, but like,
Just
I
ask
don't
him,
wanna...
dude. Like no one is making you
Okay,
leave.
okay,
God
my bad.
damn.
Okay, let's see. Like, okay, my bad. Let's take like, okay, Paul. What do you think about Paul? What do you think about him? Like, sure, never existed. Yeah, sure, but like, what makes you say that? What exactly makes you say he never existed?
Because the Paul that's presented in the New Testament's impossible. It's saying that he's writing in the 1st century, but in Acts it talks about him going to synagogues and the temple in Jerusalem, where there were no synagogues and the temple at the same time in Jerusalem.
Okay. Interesting. What about like Saint Peter? What about him?
St. Peter? Yeah, there's definitely no evidence of him.
Zero?
Mm-mm.
Wow, okay.
No one claims to have known him.
Then what do you think about like when people say there is so much evidence of Jesus or whatever, when they say like, oh, we have 20 historians or whatever talking about Jesus from
They're
the
usually
2nd
talking
century, all
about
these historians.
things that are either talking about Christians and talking about like what the Christians believe, which is fine. But then when it comes to like the earliest, like Josephus or Tacitus or Suetonius or Pliny, these are things that are interpolated into later or not even talking about Jesus. Like Suetonius never says the name Jesus. Pliny never says the name Jesus. Josephus says Jesus, but we know that that's interpolated later. Tacitus is also interpolated later. So there's certain texts that just are edited later on by Christians to make it look like Jesus existed or make it look like these historians are talking about Jesus. But realistically, the first person to outside of Christianity that we know of who talked about Jesus definitely is Lucian of Samosata, and that is in 166. He writes a text about how the Christians worship a crucified sage. But this is a couple decades after the first gospel is published, so it's like, okay, he's very clearly just like he understands what the Christians are talking about, and that's
Just
what he's
recording their religion,
Yeah,
right?
he's
Right.
just saying this is what they believe. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But every once
yeah,
in a while,
okay.
you'll
Honestly,
actually see him
Right.
listed. If you like looked up like top 10 references to Jesus outside the Bible or something like that,
Right.
you will see Lucian of Samosata listed on the top 10. And that's because like he does talk about Jesus, and Christians are like, oh, that means that Jesus is real. It's like, no. What? Like Josephus mentions Hercules. Okay, cool. Like
okay, yeah.
he's just talking about what people believe.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't really have any more questions. Just like want to see a little bit what you believe.
No other religious figures? Your name is Halal and you didn't ask me once about Muhammad?
I mean, not really. You seem to be only talking about like Jesus and New Testament and everything, so
You
I'll
brought up
just,
David, motherfucker. Muhammad is absolutely on the
my
table.
my bad, bro. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that very clearly you didn't just stick to the New Testament, so don't use that as an excuse. Why didn't you
I
bring
mean,
up
I
Muhammad?
want to mention other figures, but then you talked about how like, this is going away from Jesus and Paul.
Yeah,
So
and then I went ahead and
thought-
answered your question. So why
exactly.
not
So
Muhammad?
I stick to the New Testament.
From whence
and so,
Muhammad?
yeah,
Why not Muhammad?
because you said only Paul, Jesus,
No,
New
go
Testament
ahead,
or
bring it
whatever.
up.
And so
Bring it up. Ask me.
yeah, okay. Well, what do you think? Did Muhammad exist?
Yep.
Okay.
Because
Cool.
we have contemporaries who talk about him. He probably had nothing to do with the Quran, though. It's probably just attached to him because he was the leader. Like it kind of like Trump's
Sure.
big beautiful bill. He didn't write shit. I don't think he can write in English very well. But nevertheless, it's attached to him because he's the guy in charge. We have multiple authors in the Quran, and the bulk of the surahs, or the bulk of the information, comes from about a third of the surahs, which are pulled from like later Christian material, the Parable of the Seven Sleepers,
Sure,
the Infancy
sure.
Gospel of Thomas. Islam is an offshoot of Christianity. It's like hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity, where they basically take a look at the Christians, because the Quran shows up about almost 300 years after the Roman Empire became Christian officially.
Right.
And you end up with basically people taking a look at the Jesus story and saying, you guys are supposed to be monotheistic. Why do you have very clearly multiple gods here? What's going on? So they take Christianity and make it super monotheistic. It's kind of the inverse of like the split from Christianity that Mormonism is, because Mormonism with Joseph Smith, I mean, it's the same thing as Islam. Islam is like desert Mormonism, but Mormonism doesn't say it's monotheistic. It goes hard in
Desert
the other
Mormonism.
direction. It's polytheistic. It makes everybody like a potential god and stuff like that. Like it's
Yes.
crazy.
Yes.
So it takes Christianity and says, let's lean into the polytheism. And then Islam says, let's take Christianity and go lean into the monotheism. And so that's where it goes. And both of them end up getting like geopolitically and geographically isolated
course. Yes.
to the point to where they start looking like other religions, which is why like Islam is not considered Christianity today, even though its earliest iconography and like certain like designs or icons that it's using were the cross, which is pretty wild. And they
Was
didn't
it?
initially pray towards Mecca; they prayed towards Jerusalem, which is kind of wild.
Jerusalem? Yes, I know that. But
Yeah.
they used crosses when that happened.
Yeah, super early on, some of the earliest Muslim people were buried with a cross above their head. But
Oh,
anyways, the point is,
okay.
the same thing goes for like Mormonism. Mormonism is definitely an offshoot of like Christianity, but nevertheless, when the Department of Defense, and that's what it's called, by the way, the DOW doesn't exist. The Dow is some kind of
Yeah.
stock exchange. But anyways, the point is,
Okay,
the
okay.
Department of Defense listed Mormonism as separate than Christian. That's because
Right.
it's so isolated and it has its own text and everything like that that you could pretty much consider it like American Islam or like
American Islam.
1820s
Desert
Islam. Like, it's
Mormonism,
just
American Islam.
yeah, it's
Great stuff.
they're about the same thing, but they're just offshoots of Christianity and get isolated to where they become their own thing. It's like a different species.
Okay. Okay, interesting. What do I have any? Oh, okay. What do you think? Now that we're on the topic of Islam, now, what do you think about like the other? Who else was there? The four leaders after a prophet. What do you think about those? Were they real? Did they like contribute the most to writing the
It's
Quran? Is that
possible
what you
that these
believe?
people were real. As far as the text itself, I can't say whether or not they wrote anything because even though we can find different authors within the Quran whenever we apply stylometric analysis, we can't identify who these people were because the Quran ultimately is some of the earliest examples of Arabic. Similarly, the Old Testament, the Tanakh, the Torah, this is some of the oldest material in Hebrew. And so there's not really much to compare it to. So we can't say, oh, we know who wrote this, but we can still see where the difference in author is.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I don't really have much else. I'll just, yeah. Was nice talk. Nice short talk.
Yep. Yep. Well, I mean,
Thank you.
you're up here for 11 and a half minutes. So, I mean, it's not that short.
Okay, my bad. So,
but it's okay. We respect
bye.
our short
Okay.
kings over here.
Thank you. Okay, goodbye.
All right, take it easy, man. All right. I see this. Okay. So, all right. Oh my God. $1.99 there on YouTube from the Prototype 1619 who says, and I let's see. Give me 1 second here. I think somebody. Okay. There's a whole bunch of people like tagging me and some shit. Okay. The Prototype 1619 there on YouTube, $1.99 says, maybe the real queefs we queefed along the queef. You're just now saying popular phrases and just putting the word queef in it. For who? Who is this for? This is not for me. This is for you. This is your thing. I'm just Sophie Cunningham, you guys. Let's see. There's fucking 3 of them. Okay. Let's see. And then $5 $5 from Alan0465 says, I mean, Hercules had a brother named Iphicles, and Josephus mentions him, and he had a brother. Come on, man. He had a brother. Did you just Bart Ehrman Hercules? That's funny. That is funny. I like that. All right. Yeah. And there was something else I was about to say, but I can't remember. No, damn it. I lost it. As soon as I read that, I was just like, it was dropped off the Burt hole is a verb now. Just dropped out the back of my head. Adam says, what's the point of a good bit if you don't run it into the ground? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Let's see. Sophie Sam. Oh yeah, Sophie Cunningham. Which, by the way, go Pacers, go Fever. Yes, sirs, and yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Going through here. Great Lord Jesus. That's funny. Hey, McBaller Deluxe, who just said "Grush before Jesus." What's it like to come back into a live after you got blocked and got your ass handed to you? And also, how does Jeff for Truth's dick taste? how does that taste? Just let me know in the DMs, buddy. All right, bruh, you can't the Herc. I don't even know what that means. Adam, I delivered a package to a guy today as he was getting arrested. Whew. Gross, like gosh, jeez. All right. Yeah, he's gone. Post the clip, go viral. I would. Jay says, damn, you still doing this every day, bro? Still doing it every day? If I did it every day, then I would be doing it every day. What do you mean still doing it every day? What is it? If the sun rises every day, then the sun is still rising. Still and every day are two words that don't really need to be used. It's pretty redundant. Rory says, I want to talk to you. Well, let me see if I can bring you up. You might not be able to because it might be a like a TikTok thing. I sent you an invite, but I'm not sure if it'll bring you up or not. Anti-Jeff for Truth, he's racist. He is. I don't think that's sweet. It's not sweet, Uncle Rory. It's not. He is. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I called that shit out a year and a half ago. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was pretty bad. That's why he's blocked on. He's blocked on this channel. He doesn't come up anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Hunter called it out. But yeah. As she said before, earlier on the live, Hunter's not afraid to call it racism. Hunter is not afraid to do that. Want someone to call out racism? Get Hunter. How'd you do it? Let's see. Rory says, I want to debate. Yeah, I'm aware, but like TikTok won't let you do it. You got to get like 10 followers or something like that. So just shoot me a follow and then like come back and stuff like that. You'll get more followers and everything like that, and then you can come up. Let's see. 9 more followers needed. Okay. Wow. SKW says the Book of Enoch, how real is it? Not 0? Negative amount? I don't know how to say that. All right. Let's see. $13.99 Canadian. I am not being forced to say this. Oh my God. I love deconstructing chaos so much. I lied earlier to make it hurt less. May the queef be with you and also with you all. Long live the queef. Oh no, oh no, a queef quake. How many times? Okay, that's 3. I'm gonna have to start circling groups of 10. $77 times, guys. I've been keeping this log for 2 days. 2 days! Went from never saying it to saying it more than you ever have in your entire life. That's fucking true. Awful. It's awful. You're welcome. Thanks, Dr. Ajahn. Rory can come up. If Rory can come up, then he can come up. Duxworth, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. What was your question, just to kind of repeat it there?
Oh, just, what's your hypothesis on why Christianity survived until Constantine edicts it into a national religion 300 years after the supposed existence?
So give me 1 second, because somebody mentioned Family Force 5 in the live, and I have to make sure to make a note of it so that I can call that shit out publicly after we're done here. Okay. Anyways. Howard using a landline. Okay. So how it grows between its like the story of Jesus and Constantine, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if the story is written 100 years after by, I think you suppose that it's a play, right?
No, well,
Mark,
yeah, but I still think that that's based off of Marcion's Evangelium, but yeah, it's about the same time. Yeah.
Okay. So what? I guess the thing I've always been a proponent of a historicized myth, but what is I've never been able to square the circle of is like why it catches on the way it catches on.
Oh, because it's so syncretic that it works. Is it the syncretism is so a lot of beliefs back then kind of took from others, and you have like there's if you go and read Greek mythology or Roman mythology or really any mythology, I mean, you're going to see things that sound like Jesus. Every once in a while, they sound like Jesus, or every once in a while, they sound like the apostles, or every once in a while, it sounds like something that's written about in Christian literature. And that's because things just kind of borrowed from each other. The Romans borrowed from the Greeks. And then the Christians kind of borrowed from the Jewish writers who also borrowed from Greeks and stuff. So it's all over the place. It is all over the place. So where I'm going here is that this is how Christianity stayed longer than others. Is it was one of the most syncretic of the religions. It pulls from so many different things and is able to talk to so many different people in so many different cultures and beliefs and mystery cults already, and say, hey, you have this belief, we've already got our foot in the door, here's a deity who does the same thing that your deity does. And tying it in with Judaism was very just chef's kiss, because in that particular case, you have a connection to a huge population of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire had it was made up of about 10% Jewish people, believe it or not. Like, they were a big portion of the Roman Empire. So, and especially in that area of the empire. So if you are a religion that ties in these Greco-Egyptian beliefs and practices and part of that culture in with the Jews that are leaving the post-Bar Kokhba revolt, leaving Judea, banished from Judea, you're going to grow like exponentially, because it's something that's going to catch on really well, really easily. You can truly be all things to all people, and it just works. The story of Jesus is very pliable. You can make it whatever you want it to be. I mean, hell, look today at like even some of the political divide amongst just Americans themselves, and you'll have people on the far left that think that Jesus existed and Jesus was like this radical, like feminist or something like that. They paint him one particular way. And then the other side, your far right says, oh, Jesus would have been like a gun-toting capitalist, who was a big fan of, the stockholders. Like they can really make Jesus whatever the hell they want him to make, whatever the hell they want to make him. And that just kind of shows you just how well Christianity can be applied to just about anything. So it sticks around and it continues to grow because it's so close to everything else at that time.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to grow like that much. Like, I mean, it can grow, but it doesn't have to grow like to be massive or anything like that. It's just once it becomes legal explicitly, because it was explicitly illegal for about a 3 to 6 year period before the Edict of Milan in 312. But then in 312, when Constantine makes it legal, he makes all religions legal. So he's not just saying, oh, just Christianity. He makes all religions legal. So he has a soft spot for Christianity because his mom was a Christian. But nevertheless, he makes all religions legal, and this allows for them to grow and go out and proselytize a ton. So now they're not just like spreading and stuff like that, and they're just like, hey, word of mouth. They're actually going out and actively pushing this in street corners and stuff like that. Like it grows fast at that point.
No, I understand after. Yes, I understand.
After 312.
After that point, I understand.
Yeah,
how
but it doesn't really
catches
have to
on,
grow that much prior to 312. I mean, it grows, but it doesn't have to grow that much.
Right.
Like people know about it, but it doesn't have to be a huge religion per se.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. That's it. I mean, we largely agree on a lot of things, so there's not a lot of problem. I mean, I feel like you sort of gave me a inkling of an idea around, like if it's tied to Judaism post exile, it's a religion that can be proselytized amongst the diaspora, but that isn't fully, these disgruntled Jewish exiles. It's something that can be grabbed onto. I guess that sort of makes sense to me.
Gotcha.
But yeah, anyways. Yeah, that's it. Keep at it. Keep it up. It's always entertaining.
All right. Well, yeah. Thanks. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right. That was A Duck's Birth, everybody. Which the picture was Howard the Duck, which is a strange movie. Very strange movie. Yeah, I'll try really fast, Rory, to see if it'll let you come up. Hopefully it will. $2.79 Canadian there from Serenity Serpent says, Happy Mental Health Wednesday. Oh, yes. Mental Health Wednesday is what today is there within the Discord, Deconstruction Chaos. Live, laugh, queef. Oh, my God. This is... Like, even the ones that I feel like I'm probably going to get away scot-free, nope. $2 from Zeno Lapudre says, Queef be upon you, and also with your queef. That's two. I mean, it's such a small comment. Like, it's such a small comment, but no. Kidrerzak, $5 says, queef for the queef, for they shall inherit the queef. Queef for they do queef, which do queef, and queef after queef, for they shall be queef. Oh my God, that's 8 of them. What is... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm running out of space. I'm like down in like the tiny little. We're gonna have to erase this. I'm gonna put that as a banned word here before too terribly long. And then there's Family Force 5 queefs. Okay. But yes, I did see the Family Force 5 reference, and that was kind of funny there, Ash. I did see that. Thanks a lot, Ash, for being here and for also mentioning Family Force 5, which is a pretty deep cut. It's out of hand, my lord. Yes. Oh my God. I don't even know. Once we reach 100, we've got to just go ahead and just trash that one. Nothing wrong with it. Well, okay. Then you do, yeah. Nice.
I fart in your general direction.
All right. All right. So, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. It does look like it's kind of someone low there. So people who have medical records proving their death and coming back that's seen Jesus, they're wrong. I mean, yeah, that's it's already kind of proven that like NDEs and stuff like that is just like your brain going through the lack of oxygen and starting to hallucinate and everything. There's no one who's come back from brain death. That's never happened. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah, near the NDEs are debunked. Like it's just debunked. So, okay. I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I'm going to go ahead and call it. Thank you to everybody, anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. And here before too terribly long, like I mentioned before with my co-author Matthew when he was on yesterday, we got some videos that are going to get uploaded here before too terribly long that are going to be answering some questions that people have that don't have anything to do with stellometry or well, I mean, not really. Don't have to do anything with stellometry or mythicism per se, but kind of like some behind the scenes kind of questions, that kind of thing. So be on the lookout for those. Yeah, that should be about it. Oh my God, $2. I put away the marker and everything. $2 there from Zargo Effect says, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your queef. And that one was kind of funny because of the saying and whatnot. But we are now up to Jesus. 90 times. All right. Anyways, thank you guys there on TikTok. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning about 9:30 or so in the morning. Thank you very, very much. And as Emily had requested earlier, I gotta play some POD. I'll play some POD. Boom is what she wanted. I believe it was Boom. What was the song?
Yeah, how come you block every single person that actually rejects you? It's super funny, actually. Everybody that actually goes and tries to peer review your book, which you don't because your stylometry is bullshit.
They go and
your
try to
meta-usage
peer
is
review it? Someone
yeah,
tried to
that's
peer
why you don't
review it?
submit it for peer review. Oh, I have peer reviewed your fucking work too. It's all published. It's all fucking wonderful. Anybody can look it up.
You think my book has been peer reviewed? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying you peer reviewed it? That's not how peer review works. You muted yourself? Is that what happened?
Nope, you muted me.
I didn't mute you.
Your mod did then, because they're
Okay.
afraid to have you fucking actually exposed for what you are, which is a fucking fraud.
Okay. So do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
You don't have any evidence for him not existing.
Can you
You
be
have
warned?
opinions and you have ideas, but you don't have shit. You pretty much have fucking fraud, bullshit. You were even debunked by fucking Richard Carrier as well too. Like
Sweet.
multiple fucking scholars have actually.
Did he say
debunked
that
your
he had
book,
read the
too.
book, or did he say he hadn't read the book?
No, they went through your book pretty fucking extensively.
No, he
It's
said he
funny,
hadn't
too.
read the book.
It's
That
funny,
means you
though,
didn't
'cause
even
you
read
have
the
the
review.
grift. This
That
is
being
all a
said,
grift, basically.
it is very easy to prove that Jesus didn't exist, as in the one that's
No, it's
presented
not,
by the
because if
Testament.
you had, it would be an actual scholarly consensus, and it's not. So you're just full of shit.
So let
and
me
it's
go ahead
funny.
and ask
But
you a
hey,
question. Go ahead
have
and
a good
answer
one.
it. Oh, are you leaving? Oh, and he left. All right, sweet. There he goes. It's very easy to prove that the Jesus of the Bible absolutely did not exist. That being said, when it comes to the Richard Carrier review, he explicitly states that he has not actually extensively read the book. Which is funny because that guy said that he read the review, but he hasn't even extensively read the review that said that they didn't extensively read our book. Yep. Congratulations, man. Cool. Sweet. All right. Helping Malcolm take his truck. It's $2 there. Have a great day, Queefing for Christ. Whatever. Okay. We gotta start circling these things. All right. Surely 91 is a good number to leave on. Okay. All right. All I have is crash talking. Yeah, he just kind of came up, crashed out, and crash and dash. Nice. All right. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. I will see you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. And for everybody there on YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats and everything like that. And again, consider being a member there. I think, if I'm being honest with you there, I think the videos that we've got there with Matthew and I will be uploaded to TikTok and YouTube together, but they're going to be for subscribers only there on TikTok and members only there on YouTube, just as a thank you to the people who are subscribing and becoming a member there on YouTube, because that does mean a lot there to us. So we wanted to kind of thank you guys for your support there. So we're uploading those. It'll probably be sometime this week that those videos start showing up. So consider becoming a member there. I think it's like $2.99 or something like that. It's like $2.99 like a month or something. So consider being a member. You don't have to, obviously, it's completely up to you, but we do have some videos that are coming out that are kind of like behind the scenes kind of questions that we answer and stuff like that. That'll be there for the members. So again, thank you very much for hanging out. You've been you, and you have been Tube.